Yes, I saw that. And those are your notes, right? Those are your notes? What's that? Oh, those were the, okay, perfect. We did receive that. Perfect. This right now? Okay. Because I had that in my comments, so I'm glad that you received that. So.
Like some of the places that all the time. They still live there. It'll be something, for example, like this. Because he didn't want to do it. And he will order like 7. And then just stores them outside and then they are over. That's just stuff like that. Just really? I'm serious. He was like, for a little, whatever that happened, he would order it. Like,
I'm reading today, sorry. Huh? Thank you. Really, what is that? They're getting this. Did Morgan send an email regarding questions, concerns, about meetings?
yeah, it's a copy of the notes for the other spot.
Perfect. Thank you.
No, no, it's actually. Oh, and then there's a work session coming next week. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing compared to what put in the office, you know, the people. Even they stand good. Move on to the time. That's what it was. It was right in my yeah, because I think what's the right direction? There might be a This sort of.
Excuse me.
That's it. Yes.
Welcome to Blank Check.
How did it go? Okay.
You can just give me a thumbs
Yes, exactly, and that's why.
Where's your unit?
All right, everybody. At the Mesilla Town Hall for a public hearing. At this time, I'll open the public hearing on the proposed ordinances. Actually, before we get started, just for verification on the electeds that are present, Gloria, if you can just do a simple roll call for the electeds that are present. Present. I don't know if this is a public hearing. This public hearing is to receive public comment and testimony regarding the proposed ordinance updates. Notice of the hearing was provided in accordance with applicable law and town requirements. A few extra copies of the ordinance updates to be heard are located at the door. The hearing will be conducted in an orderly manner. Each item will be heard independently. Staff will first present the item and provide any relevant information. Following the presentation, members of the public will be invited to speak. Comments should be directed towards the chair and limited to matters relevant to the subject of the hearing. Each speaker will be asked to be sworn in and is asked to state their name and address for the record before providing comments. Please be respectful of differing viewpoints and refrain from personal attacks or disruptive behavior. After the public comments have been received, the public hearing will be closed. And I will note, into checking with staff, right before the meeting started, there was a written comment that was received. Trustees, you have that with you and has been presented, and that will be read into the record as well. That is the copy of the ordinance that does have green writing all over it. With that, I will now open the public hearing on the first proposed ordinance agenda item, which is an amendment to the Mesilla Town Code 18.06 Planning and Zoning Historical Appropriateness Commission, restructuring terms and consideration of pay. Are there members of the public who wish to speak on this? If you could raise your hand. We'll let the staff still give the background of this, and then I'll ask again if there's anybody who may have shown up late would like to give comment. Mr. Salazar.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, trustees. My name is Eddie Salazar. I'm with the Economic and Community Development. And we have before us a proposal amending Chapter 1806, Planning and Zoning Historical Appropriateness Commission, membership terms and alternate commissioners. The main focus on this, or the main amendment to this, is the actual the pay rate for the commissioners and also the alternates. If you look at Section 1806020, commission membership appointment qualification and terms, the scratched out obviously is the proposed code to remove, and the red is the one to add. The Planning and Zoning Historical Appropriateness Commission shall consist of 5 voting members appointed by the mayor with consent of the Board of Trustees. B, a commission makeup. A commission shall consist of 5 members. The commission shall additionally include 1 alternate commissioner appointed by the mayor with the consent of the trustees. That's one of the changes. Our previous ordinance showed to have 2 alternates. Me being part of the Planning and Zoning Historic Commission, I don't feel we need 2 alternates to have. The purpose of having alternates is to make sure we have quorum, right? Which you need to have a minimum of 3 commissioners. Having 2, I think it's a little bit overhead. That would be 7. I mean, 4 of them would have to be absent in order for not to have quorum. So I think that's believe that one alternate should be sufficient, in my opinion. Alternate commissions may participate in discussion and deliberations at all meetings, but shall only vote when formally seated in place of a regular commissioner pursuant to Section 18.06.021. When making an appointment and a reappointment, consideration should be given to maintaining the expertise relevant to historic preservation, architecture, archaeology, planning, construction, real estate, landscape, architecture, again, history, or related disciplines in order to support compliance with the certified local government requirements as best practices. That's another one that I felt is important because we are now CLG certified. It's important that our commission maintains the requirements that the state requires for us to have. So the expertise of certain positions is necessary. And then you go down to Section C with the scratched out. And then we included members of the Planning and Zoning Historical Commission. I'm just going to call them BZAC. Shall be appointed 2-year terms. Appointment may be made for a shorter term as necessary. Maintain a staggered expiration of terms. Any vacancy shall be filled for the remainder of an expired term. I want to discuss here a little bit the conversation we had earlier this year regarding when is a seat considered to be open, right? It's as if at the end of your expiration date, when your term is up after 2 years, seat becomes vacant, should you automatically have to re-enlist, or should there be a Zoom providing you want to continue another term? Is that seat is always is not available, I guess I should say, if you want to continue your term or a new term. But we'll get into that. Alternate commissioners, the purpose of alternate commissioners is to maintain quorum, ensure continuity of commission operations, and provide for timely consideration of application appeals and historic preservation matters. Number, the commission shall include one alternate commissioner. Assignment, the alternate commissioner may be designated by the chair to serve a voting member whenever a regular commissioner is absent, recuses himself due to conflict of interest, is disqualified from participation, vacates their seat during a meeting, or is otherwise unable to participate in the matter before the commission. Voting authority, once seated by the chairperson, the alternate commissioner shall possess all rights, privileges, and voting authority of a regular commissioner for duration of the applicable agenda item or meeting. Quorum, alternate commissioners shall not be counted toward quorum unless formally seated as a voting member. Existing language. I think there are a few changes here I'd like to read out so we understand. Commissioners and alternates shall serve staggered terms of 2 years. A commissioner may be reappointed for up to 3 years, consecutive full terms. That is one thing also that we included on here. So a commissioner can re-enlist 3 times consecutively. If after this third term, he did need to sit one out, right? Sit one out and allow, obviously, other commissioners or the seat to be open for other commissioners, such as the alternate or maybe somebody else from the public that wants to take that. Now, I'll continue reading because it does state the following completion of the 3 consecutive terms, a commissioner may not be eligible for immediate reappointment as regular voting commissioner. A commissioner completing 3 years consecutive terms may be appointed as an alternate commissioner without interruption of service, provided all qualifications continue to be met. Any individual serving the 3 consecutive terms as a regular commissioner may be required to sit out a full regular commissioner term before eligible for appointment as a regular voting commissioner again. Service as an alternate commissioner during the requirement waiting period shall satisfy the sit out requirement, which means they can be an alternate and then elect to or show interest in regaining the commissioner's seat. If no alternate is available to fill a vacancy upon the expiration of the commissioner's term, the commissioner whose term has expired shall continue to serve until a successor or alternate has been appointed and qualified, unless otherwise directed by the governing body. Commissioners and alternate commissioners are expected to attend all regular scheduled meetings. Failure to attend 3 consecutive regular meetings or 5 meetings within the 12-month period without good cause by constitute grounds for removal or non-reappointment. Nothing herein shall prevent reappointment as an alternate during such period. Reappointments criteria. Prior to consideration for reappointment, the mayor, with assistance from the Economic and Community Development Director, may evaluate meeting attendance, compliance with required training, participation and preparedness, adherence to the town ethics and conflicts of interest requirements, contributions to planning and zoning, historic preservation and certified local government objectives, and conduct consistent with the duties of quasi-judicial board. With respect with section 18.06.02D, reappointment shall not be automatic succession and shall require approval by the Board of Trustees by recommendation of the mayor. The last part here, I believe, is the compensation, is what we also included. Meeting and stipend. Regular commissioners shall receive amount of $100 and alternate commissioners shall receive amount of $50 in compensation for attendance of each meeting, each regular or planning is each regular or special planning, zoning, and historical appropriateness commission meeting. Alternate as a regular member. In the event the alternate serves as a seated member, the compensation shall be that of a regular commissioner of $100. Alternate requirement, compensation shall only be paid for the town meetings actually attended. Alternate commissioners shall be eligible for compensation regardless of whether they are seated as a voting member, provided they attend the meeting. Partial attendance, commission secretary shall verify attendance. Commissioners leaving prior to completion of the meeting without approval of the chairperson may forfeit compensation for the meeting. Work sessions, hearings, and other training. Work sessions, public hearings, training sessions, and other meetings held outside of regular scheduled meetings should now be eligible for a meeting stipend. When conducted as part of a regular scheduled meeting, such activities shall be considered part of that meeting and shall not qualify for separate compensation. Funding compensation shall be paid from funds appropriated by the town for commission operations and shall be subject to applicable budgetary limitations and reporting requirements. We do have one compensation, compensation, sorry. 1875-015, meeting stipend, regular members. I think this is the same. Yeah, this is the same one. For some reason, there's a same one in the back. No? I'm sorry? Oh, this is for the Board of Adjustment. That's probably looks the same, right? Yeah, it's pretty close to the same. Regular members of the Board of Adjustment shall receive compensation in the amount of $100 per meeting for attendance for each special meeting of the Board of Adjustments. Attendance requirements, compensation shall be paid only for meetings actually attended. Partial attendance, the board chair shall verify attendance. A member who departs prior to the adjournment of the meeting without approval of the chairperson may forfeit compensation for that meeting. Funding compensation shall be paid from funds appropriated by the town of Board of Adjustments operations and shall be subject to applicable budgetary limitations and reporting requirement. Applicability, the compensation provided herein shall apply only to duly appointed members of the Board of Adjustments serving in accordance with the provisions of the Mesilla Town Code. So yeah, basically, so to recap, summarize, the alternates, 3 consecutive terms, right? They need to sit one out. 2 is going down to 1 alternate instead of 2. Compensation for the commissioners and also for the Board of Adjustments. And I believe those are the 4 or 5 main points that I like to point out. Other than that, I stand by for any questions. Oh, sorry. I do apologize. I got used to. I'm so used to.
Any members of the public that may wish to give comments on this specific ordinance change? Seeing as there are none, thank you very much, Eddie. Mr. Salazar, we'll move on to the next item. Item number 2 on the agenda is amendment to the Mesilla Town Code, MPC 1415 Building Code, to consider amendments to the town's fee schedule or ordinance regarding permit fees, including other government fees such as school districts and nonprofits should be exempt from certain permit fees. Are there members of the public that would wish to speak on this specific ordinance? If you would raise your hand for visual reference. Mr. Salazar, if you would, on this, if you would just do a quick summary, just over the proposed. It doesn't need to be read word by word, and the hope we can move on to the other.
Sure. This ordinance fee exception was created, to build a better rapport partnership with our other agencies in other municipalities, to include public schools, municipal court, and other government agencies. And basically, it's an exception for the fee that the town of Mesilla has, what we call a zoning fee or a review fee. This fee exception lists here in the first section A who is entitled to this exception, the compliance required, what is necessary to comply, obviously, with this exception. The PZAC and the BOT review still remain. There was not going to change that, even though there is, we call it an exception, but it's to the fee, not for review. I mean, we still got to follow the process as this already is. Utilities and other fees are not exempt. So if there is a fee for hookup, like utilities, water, sewer and those such. That is not what this is talking about as far as exception. Scope of exception: the fee exception established in this section shall apply only for fees associated with construction and building permit activities, and shall not apply to fees related to utilities, infrastructure, site development, and municipal services. Additional costs, can always be included in case there are some unforeseen expenses that the town has to incur to review any of these requests. Board review and documentation. Basically, following the process we do now is document and the review process. The board consideration of fees shall be limited to conforming eligibility under this section, shall not constitute approval or denial of any land use application, site plan, building permits, and regular approval required by the town of Mesilla. And again, it's one page, one-sided. Again, it's basically to exempt fees to our partners in the area and municipalities. Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Once again, I'll ask if there's any members of the public that may wish to speak on the ordinance for section 1515.045. Seeing as there are none, we'll move on to our next agenda item. Item number 3, an amendment and adoption of a hearing examiner ordinance authority and responsibilities, defining a process to enforce municipal code.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, this is a chapter 815 nuisance. We have a nuisance ordinance, section, which is 815 in our code book, but it doesn't. There's a lot of things that are missing. There's a lot of enforcement language that we need to be able to do a lot of the things. Most of this nuisance on this chapter, if not all, is based on public nuisance. Right, and it's nuisance to the public if, you litter, or it's a nuisance to the public if your tree overhangs into a sidewalk. It doesn't really talk about nuisances in general that could violate maybe, a neighbor's yard of some sort by tree limbs or barking dogs and stuff. I mean, animal control has its own section. Sorry, but yeah, it talks a lot about public nuisances, and people. And I'm sorry, and along with that, I'm trying to get my mind put together here. Along with that, not just directly towards mostly the public, it doesn't really talk very detailed on how to take care of your property and what the requirements are, specifically in a historic zone. So these are a lot of the ones that are being proposed to be able to address some of these situations that some of these homes are, first of all, need help, right, through maybe any kind of funds and such like COG and other programs that we're trying to get going. And 2 is accountability. We really make sure that the accountability is there. Going to the hearing examiner ordinance that we have here, this is something that I put together. Attorneys don't have it yet, or they do? I thought they did, but maybe they did. But it's something that I recommend they review. I'm sure they are, or he is, or the office is. But once the hearing examiner, kind of in a nutshell, whenever there's a municipal code violation, you really want to handle it at the lower levels possible. Municipalities really are having the habit or practice to group them together with criminal violations, and a criminal violation is a crime. I mean, I don't think a resident in Mesilla should be faced criminal charges for having weeds on their property, right? Or maybe an abandoned car or an inoperable car. It could lead to that, but handling that without the municipal court, a hearing examiner will be under contract, and don't know all the details there. I'm sure they're going to have experience, either an attorney, an ex-attorney, or some type of recognition of municipal code. And the complaint that would go out to the property owner would be a civil complaint. It wouldn't be a criminal as we have been. Sending out criminal complaints also requires a lot of hurdles to jump over to get to the root of the problem. And a civil complaint is just like you sending a civil complaint from your neighbor saying, whatever, it's weeds or it's noise, it's chicken, it's just a civil complaint. That's similar to what we would be doing. Now, if the complaint does not get abated or the violation does not get abated, does not get fixed, then there is a fee imposed on the cleanup. All right, a quote, or there will be I don't know if Public Works won't get to it, but there could be a contractor that will go in there and clean up the place, and then the property owner will get a lien on his property. In a nutshell, that's what it's saying. I mean, there's a lot of things in here that we can go over, but that's this ordinance what it's about. It's not so much only on public; it includes the hearing examiner and the process of how it needs to be heard.
Thank you for that background, Mr. Salazar. Are there members of the public that would like to speak on chapter 8? The nuisance abatement? Our next item on the agenda, which is an amendment to the Mesilla Town Code, IPC 15, is under nuisances consideration in regulating noise nuisance for the best interest to our residential and commercial zones.
Mr. Mayor, trustees, yeah, this is a noise ordinance update. This ordinance was put together, was drafted by comparing other municipalities within, a few miles from us, from the county, from Anti-Sunland Park. We included we pieced it together. I recognize it's not a perfect or a full-blown. It's just, I think it's something that we put together to start off a discussion where we need, how we need to address this. Our focus is on the historic commercial and commercial zones. The historic commercial zones have residential properties on there. But it is a historic commercial zone. I mean, it's zone commercial. Our regular commercial zone, it specifies on our code that you need to have a special use permit through the review process if you want to have a residence there. That language is not in a historic commercial zone. My understanding or my interpretation of that is because, a commercial zone was not previously a residential zone, right? So in the plaza area, specifically with the historic commercial, there's a lot of homes there. I'm assuming I wasn't here that long or haven't been here that long, but I'm assuming at one point, all those homes, somebody lived in them, right? And then they became a historic commercial. So that is why they're allowed to live there in that commercial zone. I like to start with, noise being subjective, right? It's hard sometimes for an officer any time of the day to be able to determine what's noise, what's noisy. What's noisy for one person could be okay for the next. Generally, the senior citizens or the elderly residents of our community like to have a little bit tolerance, have a lower tolerance, I guess, for noise, and those younger, people, right? They like to be a little bit more outspoken at times. But anywho, it's subjective. So what we try to do is put together is a unit of measure. And the unit of measure is used by law, by other municipalities, using a decibel reader. And a decibel reader is a legal tool to use, providing it gets calibrated and certified by the proper agencies. And it's a tool to use of how to measure noise, right? Now, the governing board will determine what levels are tolerant or not. These numbers just came because they came from the county. They just happen to be. There's not something that we would recommend. Maybe, I don't know. But one of the misunderstandings that I believe with this ordinance is that unit of measure has to be at 100 feet, right? You can't have 85 principal 85 decibel reads, right? And then you're right next to me. I'm probably over already 85. Right. So, I mean, you can't use that. You have to measure at 100 feet. It's a formula that you have to, it's been created. 100 feet is whenever you measure the noise levels. So if your neighbor, wants to call and say, hey, the noise, and Marshall goes out there or the code enforcement goes out there and measures the unit, it has to be 100 feet from the property line. Okay. at any direction. According to this, again, these are just suggestions. This is not something that, again, this is just for discussion. That's how I interpret it coming from the county, again, coming from Anthony and Sunland Park. So outside of that, you know, there is. Let me read the on the second page, general second page where it says maximum permissible sound levels. Again, this is what I was talking about. The zoning areas, residential, commercial, mixed use, and industrial, which we don't have, and public utility. And so it gives you these numbers. These numbers, again, were gotten from other municipalities. There is a time period. There is a time what we call nighttime. Nighttime, you know, noise levels, you know, should be a little bit lower because people need rest, right? Specifically in the residential zone. So these numbers here, I'm going to get to what I think was very confusing. These numbers here is for anywhere in Mesilla, right? These numbers here are reflecting anywhere in the nighttime and in the zone, but it's all of Mesilla and collectively. And I'm going to get to the nighttime here in a bit, which is the overlay that we're proposing. Sorry, my mouth is getting real dry. Again, the yelling, you know, the cars, you know, the roosters, I mean, I can include animals here and stuff like that. It has to be at 100 feet, you know, so consistent with, say, a dog barking at night, you know, just being bark, you know, they call it in, and the court officer shows up, you know, there's a certain amount of time that the dog needs to continue to bark to become a nuisance. You know, one dog bark is not, you know, so how do you measure that? This is not an easy ordinance to put together or even make a decision on. How do you measure, you know, so typically it's 15 minutes. I don't know if there's actually time, I can't recall, there's so many ordinances that have been putting together here, but animal noises is a frequent, repetitive, or continuous barking, howling, or animal noise for more than 15 consecutive minutes, exactly. So, you know, dog continues to bark for more than 15 minutes, then, you know, that's when they take the reading, and if the readings of the decibel readings are above, you know, are recommended or approved or adopted decibels, then that would be a violation. Again, for residential, and again, this is for all of Mesilla, every zones. Now we're going to get into the overlay. The overlay was put on here because we recognize that, you know, Mesilla does have an active historic commercial zone. This overlay pertains, and I'll read it straight off here at section 9.10.071 to the plaza entertainment overlay, you know, because one of my first questions was, or concern was, well, we have events all the time, right? We have events all the time, you know, we use amplified music, you know, we use, you know, during the daytime, sometimes it leads towards the late evenings. So, you know, are we, you know, in compliance with what we're trying to suggest, right, or discuss? So the Plaza Entertainment Overlay District is established to recognize the town plaza and adjacent historic commercial areas as centers of tourism, dining, cultural activities, live entertainment, festivals, and community gatherings, while balancing nearby residential uses. So again, this is the overlay. Okay, this is not exactly how the one that I just read with the decibel readings for all of Mesilla. This is almost like it's saying like an exception. Okay. Boundaries, you know, what are the boundaries to this overlay? You know, it needs to be, I think it needed to be a little bit better defined. The overlay shall apply to the Mesilla Plaza, immediate adjacent commercial properties, and outdoor dining and entertainment areas designated by the town to be a commercial or historic commercial zone. So you have outdoor dining, outdoor entertainment. This overlay pertains to those types of properties and businesses, okay? Which doesn't, again, you know, the first section doesn't adhere to that. Measurements shall be taken at the nearest residential property rather than immediate adjacent commercial zone. And this is difficult because generally your decibel readings, your limit is per zone, right? We recognize in residential zone, it needs to be a little bit quieter, right? So the decibel readings 100 feet from the zone boundary, right, which is, say, for instance, a historic commercial zone boundary, all of the historic boundary is the reading 100 feet into the residential zone, which can't be over because we recognize that we have a business adjacent to residential property, right, in this actual zone. It's similar to whenever we do a parking lot, a commercial parking lot. we have to put a 6-foot wall to separate the commercial property away from residential because they shouldn't have the parking lot with the lights flashing at night and the windows. When cars are moving through the parking lot, so there is a barrier there, right? So it's similar to that. The noise level, I think, should adhere to the boundaries of each zone, not necessarily between each property. You're in the mix when you have a zone that is mixed use, which I don't recall it saying mixed use. It's just something that I'm referencing. Then how do you set decibels with that? You have a house over here. You're within 100 feet, and so these decibel readings wouldn't really match or work or fix the problem if it's your neighboring property in the same zone. It's what I'm talking about. And again, it is again, I want to emphasize it is a commercial zone. So again, these are all ideas. Beth is open for discussion. There is a time here for the overlay permitted amplified entertainment, and during the daytime, Sunday through Thursday, is considered to be a day until 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., then that's when the decibel will come into play. In the indoor amplified entertainment, the day is Sunday through Thursday during business hours, and then Friday to Saturday is also during regular business hours, adhering to the general sound standards. What is the general sound standard? General like a TV or radio, just typical. If you're having a party, I guess this is what it's trying to capture. If you're having a party, a quinceañera, and you're making a lot of noise, how do we regulate that part? Special events, we obviously, we do have special events, not necessarily the town, but also we do have some private special events also that need to be considered for discussion and being able to regulate nuisance when it comes to, again, noise. So again, I can go through the whole specific part of this code, but that is, and it's in front of you, but that is really what we're trying to come across. Is how do you, and again, we looked at outside municipalities, but each one of those measures the decibel readings at the boundary zone, not between properties, and that's what makes it hard. And I don't have an answer on how to regulate that, and I'm hoping with everybody's discussion we can come up with an agreement, and the public obviously come up with some the best way to be able to resolve this. Next time.
Thank you, Mr. Salvador. I appreciate that. I know that a lot of you are here to speak on behalf of the ordinance. If we can have a show of hands for those members that are present that wish to speak in favor of the ordinance, please raise or signify by raising your hand right now. And all those that are opposed to the ordinance, if you'll signify by raising your hand. Okay, so we have 3 individuals that wish to speak today for the ordinance. Okay, so are you for or for the ordinance? Okay, so it's an even amount of individuals, if you will, for the most part. I will be allotting 15 minutes of discussion for and against on that. So with that, I'll have the fours come up to the podium. Actually, sorry. First, if everybody that is speaking would stand, if you would, in order to be sworn in accordingly.
I don't know if I'm for or against. I just want to say.
You'll stand, and then you'll raise your right hand, and Gloria will repeat what is necessary to be sworn in. Great. And I will attest when you come up to the podium for that. I will have Mayor Pro Tem here with me. As I had mentioned, I'll be allotting 15 minutes for, 15 minutes for those that are for it and 15 minutes for those that are against it. And I'll have her help keep the time with me on that. It's a total. Sorry, thank you for that clarification. It's a total of 15 minutes for everybody, not 15 minutes individually. So however you all want to split up the time in speaking to ensure that you have coverage on that, that would be appreciated. Correct. So we'll have a total of 30 minutes of discussion. Does that make sense? Great. So we'll start with those that are for. If the first person would step to the podium, if you're for the ordinance. And then if you would state your name for the record, please.
Melissa Molina.
Ms. Molina, you've been duly sworn in under the testimony.
Yes, sir. I don't know how we got here, but we are here. There's some things I want to put out there to you guys. The history of the Gallegos home that is directly next to New Mexico Vintage Wines. The Gallegos home was built in the 1900s. The home is where George and Esther Gallegos raised their children. Our family continues to reside at this residence. I think our residence was overlooked when the decision was made to allow loud, amplified outdoor music late at night. Yeah, the music stops sometimes, maybe 10:30, but we can still hear the loud commotion going on from the patrons that are there for the music. I think that the town of Mesilla is failing us. This family home has been there for years, and we continue to live there. Yes, we do have the back portion of the house that is closed off for a rental or commercial use, but we aren't even doing that right now because we feel that it's important for you guys to know that during any time we rent out that property, it's still a residence. It's a family home. My grandparents built this home. There's tons of memories that were created and are continuing to be created, but the piece of the home is being shattered, yes, on a daily basis. I feel that the failure of the zone compatibility, 18.60.180, it explicitly requires commercial operations to be compatible with adjacent residential uses. It strictly prohibits commercial properties from creating sound that annoys neighbors, specifically between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. By allowing amplified music, the town is actively failing to enforce its own compatibility mandates. Also, the violation of the spirit of the historical preservation. Messilla's residential life is people that live next to these businesses, they're being affected. We demand that the PZAC review New Mexico Vintage Wine Certificate of Historical Appropriateness to determine how outdoor electronic amplification was ever permitted to continue next to this family home. The zoning restrictions on outdoor amplification, I feel that the town is overlooking that also. You guys are permitting this to happen. We're asking for help, and I continually, with my mom, Patricia Molina, who is a Gallegos resident. She was born and raised here. We did not occupy the residence for a while just to do some repairs because we had a flooding incident, but this has been her home. And she is not able to live her daily, just the day-to-day, just being in her home. It's being impacted daily. The family home is a piece of Messilla's living history. Our livelihood and our multi-generational family peace cannot be sacrificed for a commercial patio that continually uses loud outdoor amplified music. The residence is directly next to New Mexico Vintage Wines. And I'd hope that you guys would take that into consideration, how it's impacting my mother's livelihood and other family members. Thank you.
Other members of the public that are speaking for this ordinance adoption, you'll step to the podium.
I'm not really for or against, but
If you'll state your name for the record.
Paul Blevins,
And Mr. Blevins, have you been duly sworn in?
I have.
Thank you, sir.
It's really more of a question if whether you've considered, the church amplifies their masses every mass and every funeral. And I don't know if you've taken that into consideration in the noise ordinance. I'm not really for or against it. I just want to know if that's going to be a problem at some point or enforceable or what you've thought about the church and the amplified noise. They started that when we were in COVID, and because people would sit out in their cars and listen. I don't know if they, I just don't know what's happening with that. That's all.
Other members of the public that may be in favor, that may wish to speak. If you would step to the podium. No other members in favor? Just double checking. We're set. Then we will move to those that are opposed. And if you would step to the podium and state your name for the record.
Morgan Schweitzer.
And Ms. Schweitzer, have you been sworn in or duly sworn in?
Yes, I have. So I had emailed everyone. You have a copy of it in your packet tonight in regards to just a first glance over the ordinance proposed or being discussed. My comments are all in green. Again, this is a first blush. This is me. I'm not a lawyer, but this is me looking at it. Not just through a business owner lens, but as a resident lens, because this ordinance isn't just going to impact me and the folks in the back. This is going to impact the entire township of Mesilla. That means that every resident listening to radio while you're picking weeds, every barbecue that you're having, every quinceañera, every wedding, every celebration of life that you might choose to have at your residence is going to be impacted by this. So this is not just about one property and another property. This is a much bigger picture. The proposed ordinance, for lack of a better analogy, is Swiss cheese. It's a legal nightmare for the town. My notes, like I said in green, are just the first round of issues. I'm a commercial business, obviously, and I'm also a property owner of multiple properties in the township. And I see problems, like I just said, from both sides. I was told by Eddie a week ago, he and I met to go over the information that was shared 2 Mondays ago. And this document was not what was discussed when the 4 people from the town met to go over ideas for this creation. There are pieces that are basically copied and pasted from all over, and you're getting a gumbo of a variety of different municipalities, ordinances, and then some, here and there. There are pieces in here that don't match up. There are times that don't match up. There are decibels that need to be defined in the historical commercial overlay. Does it say that those go back to the general commercial and residential? It does not define those. The definition pages should be probably 3 times what they are currently, because there are so many problems with maybe, could be, up to. That's all subjective. That's all loophole. That's all problematic for the town legally. It is going to be a problem, and not just for businesses, but also for residents. I I think that we have a standard as a town and as a normal municipality of the ways that we go about creating new ordinances. This specific one seems like the cart went before the horse and something was put out there, and now it's kind of left up in the air as to, well, which pieces should we keep? I kind of feel presenting the document in the current state is a waste of your time, of all of our time, because there's so many problems that it should not have gotten to this point to even be discussing, because there are so many problems in it. I also mentioned the church. I think the bells are great. There are people in our community who are not Catholic and they do not like the bells or to hear the masses. So where again is that line drawn? It's up to, it's completely subjective, and we can't have subjective ordinances, because then why are we even changing it to begin with? Because the current one is a problem. This one is a bigger problem. It just has more word. It's just this word salad of problems. So that is, that's my piece. I'm not going to get into anything specific other than think about the bigger picture here and think about this document and what kind of problems it could get the town into.
Other members of the public that wish to speak?
Hi, Tiffany Haggard.
Have you been duly sworn in?
Yes, I have. Yes. Hi, I'm an employee at NM Vintage Wines. I am against this for the same reasons that Morgan is, for the fact that it doesn't define where it needs to be defined. There needs to be more, it needs to be reviewed. And yes, working on the residential side and the commercial side, because the commercial side, that's a livelihood for the owners that it's going to affect, and their employees and the patrons, whether it's customers, musicians, or just people coming through to visit the town of Mesilla. Everything needs to be looked at, worked at both sides, and come to an agreement on this. Because if it doesn't, you're going to end up losing businesses, which is going to lose gross receipts, and it's going to lose, people are going to lose their livelihood, and patrons won't be coming into Mesilla if businesses were to close due to this.
Marshall McGinley. Yes. Yes. I basically think, kind of reiterating what everybody else has said, they need to start from scratch. One of my biggest problems with this ordinance is the exemption. Town of Mesilla has an exemption for fiestas, for this, for that. So how can they play music, be loud? I mean, the rules don't count on the days the town doesn't want them to. That's my biggest beef with it. I mean, like I said, the whole thing needs to be looked over and gone through, started from scratch. But the biggest problem I personally have is how's the town decide when the rules apply and when they don't? Thanks.
Thank you. Another comments? No last chance. Any other comments in an open floor? With that in mind, I will. The time is now 5:59, and I will be closing this public hearing, where we have heard specifically on items and ordinance proposed amendments to Mesilla Town Code, section 18.06 for planning and zoning, or the Planning and Zoning Commission, amendments to the Mesilla Town Code for 1515 Building Code, amendments to an adoption of a hearing examiner ordinance, and amendments to the Mesilla Town Code 1815 nuisances for noise. And with that, the public hearing is now closed. and we will move right into our next item, which is the regularly scheduled meeting. So with that in mind, today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. The time is now 6 in the evening. We are here at the Mesilla Town Hall for our regularly scheduled Board of Trustees meeting. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is roll call and determination of quorum. Ms. Meyer, please.
Mayor Hernandez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson here.
Present.
Thank you very much. Quorum has been established. Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda as it has been presented. And motion on the floor by Trustee Nevadas, seconded by Trustee Cadena. I do have a minor amendment to the agenda, or two, I should say. That is on item 8B, where it says ordinance 2026-02. It should actually read 2026-04. And then item 8D should read ordinance 2026-05, not 2026-04. Are there any other changes to the agenda? If I can have a motion to approve the agenda as it has been amended.
So moved.
Or question, sorry, if there is no further questions, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of the agenda as it has been amended. Next item on the agenda, item 4, approval of the consent agenda, which does include the BOT meeting minutes for our June 8th, 2026 meeting. Purchase requisition for Colonias emergency funding in the amount of $11,621.39. Purchase requisition for community center cameras for $55,509.57. Purchase requisition for Milestone Construction Public Safety Building renovations, $11,805.63. Purchase requisition for Milestone Construction Public Safety Building, $42,358.84. Apex Solutions for upgrades to the public safety building security system, $2,162.10. And a purchase requisition for Apex Solutions for the town hall in the amount of $6,087.18. If I can have a motion on the floor, please. Motion, Trustee Cadena. Unless there's objection or will carry with approval of the consent agenda. Trustee.
Earlier, I was wanting to see if we can postpone the BOT minutes. There is a lot of errors on it. I have not finished watching and listening to it. And I started typing up everything on the errors on it. Things that he is not a he, is a she. Ms. Rona didn't say anything, but somebody else had said it. Mrs. Fala as well too. There's some comments that I put in there that was not addressed to us all either. There's just a lot. So I want to see if we can postpone the BOT minutes for the next meeting, and I can send them out to you.
So there's a motion on the floor to postpone the BOT meeting minutes on the consent agenda by Trustee Garcia, seconded by Trustee Nevadas. We'll continue discussion on postponement, if any, of the BOT meeting minutes. Gloria, if you can roll call vote on the postponement of the minutes, please. Thank you very much for approval of that amendment. For that original motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek and Trustee Cadena, any further discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing as there is none, Gloria, if we can roll call vote with the approval of the consent agenda with the minutes being postponed as noted.
Yes.
Approval of the consent agenda with the postponed minutes. Next item on the agenda, 5A, presentation by Desert Peaks Architects for our Town Hall Community and Cultural Center addition.
Yes.
Okay.
Just state your name for the record so that
Joseph Femler, Desert Peak Architects. So I will be presenting on what we've done so far on the multipurpose room addition, which is planned for the south of this town hall building. What you have in front of you is a program document for both the multipurpose room and the fire station addition. We have gotten to about schematic design on the fire station addition, and we're about in design development phase for the multipurpose room addition. Mr. Mayor asked me to push the multipurpose room addition first as phase one, and then the fire station addition is phase two. So we are looking ahead at both additions and kind of planning for circulation in and around town hall to accommodate the apparatus, the fire trucks, the office, the fire station itself, which will consist of offices and residential spaces, but that plan is not. So the program document that you're looking at kind of addresses the spaces required for the fire station and the spaces required and outlined for the multipurpose room addition. This site plan that you're looking at shows the multipurpose room addition to the south and the fire station addition to the north. You can also see a bypass truck route where the fire trucks will enter from the southwest, go around the building, enter the apparatus bay, which is a pull-through apparatus bay where you pull in the back and out the front, and exiting on the northwest side. The multipurpose room addition is roughly 3,600 square feet. It is in the location of the dirt area to the south, but it pushes all the way to the edge of the parking spaces. So it would take up the sidewalk that's there now and the first row of parking spots. So if you're looking at the site plan, you see that there are still parking spots on the south, but the other bank of parking spots has been removed and replaced with the building. Net parking spot change is actually a positive. What we're proposing is to remove the drive aisle that's directly in front of the building, where you drive up and then up onto the concrete portion and then drive down and around. So we're proposing that in this multipurpose room addition, which has a big meeting room and 3 small meeting rooms and then a good chair storage space, what we're proposing is a patio outside to the west in place of that access lane, as well as utilizing the space. So if you're going out the door,
there could be more landscaping area just to the north of the door. Instead of using that as an access lane, it would be utilized as landscape and also patio space, breakout space for events, whatever you guys see fit. The floor plan is just showing, let's see. The floor plan is showing the big meeting space, which seats about 120 people in rows. And then, of course, if you took out all the chairs and put them in the storage and just did standing room, code allows for 220 people standing space. That is with all the chairs removed. So you could fit 220 people in there. The layout is flexible. It's a big open space, but you see where it says folding acoustic panel door. So that is a paired or single door system, accordion door, thick. It's about 3.5 inches thick. It's typical what you'd see in convention centers and that kind of thing, where they glide along the track and can get pushed into that pocket that you see to the right. So these spaces that can be used, one big space, 220 people, or they can be divided. There is exits on both the north and the south, so they can be used independently. There is a hallway that goes back to your existing kitchen, so that could be used as a prep kitchen. And the meeting rooms, of course, those could be used however you see fit. Breakout spaces, meeting rooms, whatever you think. And then, as I mentioned, to the west, as you exit, the brick patio. And then that's about it for the floor plan. Here's an image of the front of the building. I grabbed a couple images of some territorial style architecture in Santa Fe. I think that fits well with what you have existing, with the white trim, the pediments over the windows, territorial style architecture. The building, the main entryway is as it is, very pronounced as the main entryway. The patio to the right would be enclosed by maybe a 3-foot or a 4-foot barrier, so that it's still welcoming but usable for events. And that is about it.
Trustees, questions? This is.
I had a question about the parking because disabled parking on the south side.
Yes.
It's the Summit. I guess are they going to all be replaced, and what's going to be taken away for?
Yeah, what we're proposing is to move them to the directly in front of the building. And so right now there's a 6 inches curb, but we would take that down to grade level so that you would be able to get out of the car, load in the wheelchair, and then just roll up a ramp into the front area.
I count like four parking spaces, right, for disabled?
Okay.
I count 4. I guess there's 4 parking spaces.
Yes, and then I guess if we, right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. There are also some marked in the southeast corner, southwest corner, some marked as accessible. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question also, Will. Trustee Nevadas is, I know we're putting the electric chargers right there, correct? Is that gonna be moved, or is that gonna be stay where it's at? So it's not gonna be in the way of anything?
No, there's about, if I measured correctly, and we had this surveyed, we have about 20 feet clear between that and there's a vault, right? An electric vault that's at grade level. So that'll have to probably be recessed so that the trucks can go over it. But you have between 20 and 25 feet clear space there.
So we are gonna have to adjust it.
Not the chargers. There's if you go out there, there's like this concrete thing that's about 6 inches above the ground. So that will probably have to be recessed below ground. If you're looking at the building, it's the chargers on the right and that concrete thing is on the left.
So we will have to.
Yeah, there will have to be work to the utilities. Another utility work will be, there's a fire hydrant in this corner. That'll have to be moved. The existing drawings also show a gas line that's somewhere in that area. So we're in the process of locating that, and that'll probably have to be moved as well.
Do you know, I know I'm not at stage yet, but do you know roughly what it costs us to do those two items changed?
No, I don't know.
Because if we're gonna move forward with that, they're doing their budget charge right now.
I don't believe the electric charger stations will have to be.
That was what you're talking about, the rec move down lower.
Well, it's, yeah, it's not, it's a vault, which means it's a concrete box.
Right.
So they would have to dig down and recess it. But I wouldn't, that's not a significant, it's not a move, I would say, but we haven't engineered it yet, so I can't say for sure.
Well, Joseph, just for clarification, that vault that you're talking about is on the northwest corner, correct? It's on, coming out of the driveway, not the ones that were just installed.
Correct.
Another question that I have for you is, I know it's part of the discussion that's been had during the meetings that we've had with the public has been what the design on the front looks like. Can you touch on that and specific, because I know there was a discussion on porch, the larger porch added porch to that, what that like?
Yeah, I presented 3 options. One of them was this option, which is the porch or the portico. Another one was, I was calling it the trellis, which is made of raw wood and has maybe, let's say, vigas going across the front. There was some discussion at the planning and zoning meeting about keeping the patio in front more versatile. The trellis would let's say consist of maybe 4 posts and some vigas going across the top. They might be raw wood vigas. We discussed that would require more maintenance than having these either painted wood or painted steel columns and a cornice or entablature that might be similar metal to what the front doors are. So we talked a lot about maintenance and versatility. So having a patio that doesn't have that structure in it, we thought was more versatile.
I have a question, I think, for Mark, because I think it allows for up to 200 people, I guess, standing, right? I mean,
The parking?
no, in the building itself, so considerations for parking for all those people.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what the ideas are relating to parking when we have large gatherings.
Yeah, the way the parking is done, it's usually by square footage of the building. So if I'm not mistaken, the zoning code says you take the whole building and you divide it by 350, and that's how much parking spots you require. It's not by occupant load, which is a little bit different. So if there was, I'd have to do the math to figure out, like, if there was a big event where 220 people were here, we were having a meeting here, and the building was fully occupied, there might not be enough actual parking spots per person, let's say. The Las Cruces zoning, like take for a church, for example, they usually take the number of people in the church and they divide it by 4. And that's, assuming that, maybe you go to church with 3 other people. So there's usually not a parking spot per person.
I'm sorry, I have one last question. Like, I was interested about scan parking. So with you said square footage versus divided for the parking, would we be in compliance
Yes.
doing that?
Yes, per your zoning code, you are in compliance with the Town of Mesilla zoning code.
If there are no further questions.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, 6. Wrap up days, comments, also.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Don't have much. Ready for the 4th of July celebration. We'll have enough manpower and keeping ACO codes out there as well for the festivities on the plaza, as well as the concert and the fireworks show. SRO's completed a active shooter scenario where it was a one-man hunt team or a two-man hunt team. They were in tier C for that one on Monday. They said it was really good. They're waiting for the second half to be put out. And then LCPD SROs are doing a lot of training over the summer since school's out on there. And they're including our two guys on that training too, which is reality-based, active shooter, and other events that they can do at the schools. My graveyard teams, both A and B, have been running their own traffic enforcement on University throughout their shifts, education, citations, and warnings. And then we're going to have an op plan for speed enforcement on University itself with multiple units here soon. Now that I believe the educational phase is over, because it's been 2.5 weeks of us telling them to drop down to 30, so they shouldn't be surprised anymore. Don't think there's anything major that I have else for you guys. I'll stand for any questions, concerns. Of course.
One is make sure your officers know what drainage is, because they're doing donuts on University in the drainage. And when I saw one of your officers, I was like, hey, they're doing donuts on drain. What's that? And I'm like, oh, God.
The drain ditch?
The drainage.
Oh, yeah. What they just put it, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't know what it was. And I was like,
The ones they just installed?
yeah,
yeah.
Literally, they didn't
Yeah.
know
Okay.
what it was. And I was like,
I'll pass that along to I'll pass that along to
and for the record, I did have a meeting with, and I'm putting on the record so your officers do know, and we did discuss about this, that if they do want training, they need to find it and bring it to the marshal, and please put it on the record, and to bring it to the marshal, and he will sign you up for it. So,
It's never been an issue under me, under the previous 4 marshals. If it's doable and allowable and we have the manpower, they can go to any train they can to an extent. It's got to be proactive, and I'm not going to send you to Disney World if it's not worth it. But any other training, whether it's New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, I've been, and we've sent other people. So I tell them all the time, you find a training, you bring it to me, because you need it for your advanced training for our certs, and also it helps you advance within the department too, from Deputy 1, Deputy 2, Deputy 3. So thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. Few things to talk about. So with our smoke alarm project, Red Cross reached out to us after they saw our social media posts, and now they want to help us. They'll provide more smoke alarms and give us personnel that at some point that can help us with that, sitting at the post office or whatever, seeing if anybody wants to get a smoke alarm installed. I did mention to Trustee Navarez, I forgot to bring it up last time, but that we are working with Project Adelante to have somebody sitting over at the senior meals lunch and get people signed up on Community Connect. We did that for a couple of hours 3 weeks ago, I think it was. So we're working on that. Our academy's been going good. Our third weekend with them. We have seven new cadets, which is good because we lost 3 to county that are hired now working at county academy, which is what we want for them, right? They want to move on with their careers. Other than that, a safety message. We just came from a bicycle versus vehicle fatality, so be on the lookout for bicycles and motorcycles. And it's hot, and when it gets hot, people's tempers go up. And so just take a breath. We don't need any more road rage incidents or anything like that. And I stand for any questions. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Given away, I guess, or what about residents that would need assistance for installing them? I mean,
As part of the program, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. We have a release of liability saying if they want us to install them, we'll install them for them, but they're only getting one. So it's not like we're punching holes everywhere. But that is a process. Yes, sir.
Great, that's good. And thank you for the follow-up on Adelante.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't bring it up last time. I caught you on the way out, but it slipped my mind.
Great, thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Public Works.
Mayor and Board of Trustees, I also don't have really too much. I will give an update on the El Paso Electric doing their work out here at the park and here at the corner of the town hall. They did come in and installed, I'm gonna say about a 6 foot by 6 foot maybe green box, that's gonna accommodate all the electrical work. So there is gonna be, a bigger box out there, to accommodate everything that's there. They are complete at the park, but they are not complete here within doing their deal. So they should be complete within the next couple of days, and then for the next phase of those charges to come in and get going. We also did some more planning again over there at the Calle Pecana easement circle that we have as for the town. We were out there last Friday getting some of those trees and some vegetation in there, the water in there. So we got that a little bit beautified out there. Also, I also did complete the annual drinking water report was submitted to the New Mexico Environmental Department, was received and passed. So we do have a flyer at all the postings for us that are, that can scan the QR code and want to have the accessibility to the annual drinking water report. Or I did say I didn't have enough room. We didn't have enough room on the table earlier, but we do have hard copies that are available out there for those that do need them. You're more than welcome to grab them. So that way, because we will be also sending them. I'm not really too sure if it's going to be on the newsletter or through the mailing, but the residents will also have the accessibility to have it because I do have to certify that and send that back to the NMED. So we do comply with that. So that is the report. It's a not basic report. It just gives the annual testing that we do. Just to give a little bit of background, we do daily, residuals, with the chlorine. The NMED will come once every 3 months and test our water wells and everything to make sure everything is in compliance. We do the 3-year testing to lead and copper, which will be coming up soon. So, all of that is part of the annual drinking water. So it has all the numbers, on the pages there. So if you just want to read, everything is to compliance. So that's available again for the public to know about. And then we're just continuing, with the rain. We are tackling a bunch of potholes that we are getting calls on, and still trying to hit some more that we still are lacking, and weeds everywhere. I know that I've been getting a bunch of calls on weeds also too, but we are out there and trying to address the system, the situation, and I stand for any questions.
It gets huge. They're both on private property and on right away, but those tumbleweeds just go fast and they
Right.
It's
I have a question. What is this new water service and water shutdown ownership changes last month? New water services and water shutoff ownership changes and non-changes.
Oh, that's just when I have to go out to go do, shut-offs, or where we have to go do new services, or whatever the case may be.
Do you prefer the public to email you or call you regarding potholes?
I don't mind the phone calls. I get them all the time.
Thank you.
Just a comment, the crew is doing a really nice job. I haven't been around to all of the parks, but I love the flowers and the plants at Veterans Park, sunflowers, so, I mean, they're really doing.
Yeah, they really took really nice.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
it's very, very good. So thank you to you and your team. That's all.
I hope you guys would be, maybe you can talk to the mayor about coming in earlier, because this sun's gonna hurt you guys,
Especially with your team being out there. And I'm hoping they're hydrated, or you guys are buying them Gatorades or something, or if you guys need powder Gatorades or anything that maybe some of us can donate to you guys, because I don't even know what the degree hit today, 104, 109 today, and we're expecting it for the next 3 days. So, I mean, I'm hoping that maybe you can just keep those guys hydrated, please.
Yeah, I tend to go around, and if I'm always asking them. I got little Gatorade packets on my desk, that I offer to them every morning. They take whatever they need, or even if I see them on a project, I'm always out there, Gatorades, water. So.
Well, I know I'll drop them off next week, so I won't be so Friday when I see you guys again, but I'll drop them off because it's really hot. And
Right.
Please be safe out there, and please be hydrated on that, please. It's very important.
Thank you, Lord. Mr. Storga. Mr. Salazar, Community Economic Development.
Good evening, Mayor, Governing Board again. Community development, historic preservation, it's top of our list. Now it's joining, but right, one of the things that we're working on, coming out of the preservation week, now that we need to focus on, here's the nominations, the local registry nomination, we're working on that. We're putting that together so we can have a hearing, we can start moving on that. Also, we already have a couple free seminars, online seminars that are signing up for. Again, that has to do with historic preservation and economic growth in that part, similar to what we had last time when some of the trustees showed up. It was insightful. So we are on the 16th of July, but I'll send out notifications and reminders of that if anybody wishes to attend. The newsletter, we're working diligently on the newsletter to make it equally as good, if not better. Information, there's a lot of good information. It's almost like day to day. I stopped by Ms. Liana's office and she's told me these new findings that she's having. She's excited and she's motivated, and of course I enjoy speaking with her about it, and I like to get it out to the community to know as well. So the newsletter again is also one of the top priorities we have right now. And then the nomination. Well, that's pretty much with that. The other thing that we're working on is with the new codes officer. He is here tonight. He wanted to stop by and kind of see what the meetings are about, and then also our ordinances that we just heard over the public hearing. Obviously, as it's going to affect him, how he enforces them. So I think it's good for him, being new, understands the process of how these happen. I advise him that anything when he's out there in the field, if it's going to be helpful for him to enforce with the language that we need to have in our code, interpret or whatnot, to let me know so I can also again introduce some of the things out in the community are difficult to enforce due to again not being mentioned in our ordinance. We are working with the Mesilla Farm, the Mesilla Park, the one over here on the R1 zone. A lot of trees still. He's working on it. Today I had a meeting with them to see how he's going with that. There's a lot of dead trees. Right now he is taking pictures, recognizing them. He's jotting them down, the addresses. We'll be sending out letters to all these residents out there, especially the ones starting with the ones that are unsafe. There are some pretty large ones that are dried up, and any strong wind will potentially can knock them over and again create a safety. So yeah, we are working with that as well. So that is not forgotten. We're still diligently working on taking care of that. Active cases, we do have, we have a couple active cases, but we are hoping that our hearing examiner ordinance gets put together and we can finalize that so we can move forward on being able to get some of these issues resolved. If not, if we're not able to do that currently. I'd like to kind of bring up a little off subject, these electrical chargers. We have these big electrical cabinets, and one of the things that reminded me is whenever somebody requests for a solar panel, it's very, it's very known that all electrical panels and stuff be screened, from the public's view. These cabinets are pretty large and they don't look like, they belong in a historic district. So maybe I like to propose that maybe we somehow screen them with coyote fencing or maybe a wall or so. And two is that they're a magnet for graffiti. A lot of people like to write on them. So, just again, my opinion, my advice that moving forward, maybe we can look at something like that. Administrative part, records management is still top of the list. We are getting a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of records on our software, on their computer. We have a iWorks meeting tomorrow, Mr. Lorenzo and I, and I believe I sent fire chief, but obviously more happy to join us. But iWorks really is going to impact community development, and iWorks basically is the software where we'll be able to communicate between departments, also to include codes, and again, fire anybody that can get included. That's where our GIS mapping will be at. I've been speaking with the gentleman on over emails. I sent them an extensive list of our new forms that I created, a new process. I mean, it was like a 20, 30 page bunch of information for him to start building this software for us, and that's exciting. I have worked with it before, and I really enjoy working with it. It makes it so much easier for all of us. Other than that, I smaller day-to-day permits here and there, but I stand by for any questions.
I'm excited. That was awesome questions. Excited actually about two things.
One is I saw on the community report that you guys are going to be advertising for the Queen of Mesilla.
Sorry?
On the community report,
Mhm.
it states that you guys are going to be
Advertising for the Queen of Mesilla. Just remember, please, a resident of Mesilla. And then also, you're finally going to advertise the parade. Thank you very much for that. It said June 18th or something like that. And the second thing is if we can get, and I did email the mayor about this, if we can get a letter written about the second fireworks stand that has not paid, if we can get it documented and have him sign committing that he is going to pay
the date that she has stated, and
reminding him that after paying that $9,000, he's going to have to pay another one in August. So if we can bring him in and get him to sign it, because it's only fair. So we can at least have documentation and we have a written commitment. But thank you for bringing the Queen back. I appreciate it. Finally. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Oh, sorry.
This slide.
And we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is item number 7, public input on the cases that are being heard this evening. If there's any member of the public that has any input to be put in on item number 8 on the agenda, A through P in specific, if you would step to the podium and state your name for the record.
Hello, Melissa Molina. I do have a couple of questions. As far as the new ordinance that is being worked on, are we looking at amplification also during the daytime hours, especially if a residence is directly next to the business? And who will be carrying the decibel meters? Will law enforcement be given those decibel meters, or is it just codes? And I just want to say once again, the residence at 1991 Calle de Santiago predates the current commercial operations. So please keep that in mind. And a lot of this could have been avoided if I guess the PZAC committee would have remembered or looked at, there is a residence directly next to this business. And to please look at any future permits or licenses that are being permitted for these businesses to operate, how they're going to operate, and if it's going to impact any of the residences directly in that area. So I just have those two other questions. Thank you.
Other public comment?
Morgan Schweitzer and Inventage. I know that you already postponed the approval of the minutes from the last meeting to go over them for corrections. I do want to point out, I still use the I'm a girl, I'm a female pronouns. So every reference to me as a man, I would like those corrected. That also brings up a point to me, which is who's creating these minutes, who is typing them up, and who is apparently not reading them before they get submitted to you all and posted for the public to read. You all know that I'm a female. That's just one of many issues, but the bigger overarching problem to me is the fact that these cannot be being read by anyone before they're being released. And that's a huge problem. It's a bad look for Mesilla. Do better. Check your stuff before you put it out because it makes you look really ineffective and ignorant. I'm not going to go back and retouch on everything regarding the noise ordinance, but I do want to say something. My husband spoke earlier and he's a man of few words, but what he and I have talked about, basically any new rules and ordinances or laws created should be done for the good of all and not the good of one. Again, I'm not going to specifically address the other person in the room who is making this all about them. This is a much bigger issue and it's impacting everyone who has a business and or lives in the township of Mesilla. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Other public comment? There's none, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. Item 8A for discussion from the hearing. Amendment to Mesilla Town Code MTC 1806, Planning and Zoning Historic Appropriateness Commission, restructuring of terms and consideration of pay. There's no motion on this one. This is the discussion only. No. All right, so
yeah.
this is just discussion. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, as I was again reading this, for the, excuse me, for the Board of Adjustments getting paid, the Board of Adjustments is made up of a P&Z, a trustee, and a resident, correct? So I guess my concern is, as a trustee on the board, that's part of our regular duties to serve on that committee. And I do not think that we should be receiving a stipend, just because that's, again, that's one of our commitments. I'm okay with the resident as long if we have the terms and things like that. They follow, they serve. So I'm okay with that, and I'm okay. Hesitant with the planning and zoning, but I'm okay with them receiving as well for that, just my thoughts.
Yes, okay. The other thing is, I just think when the term is up December 31st, they have their meeting before we do. I think it's just a bad time. I don't know if we could go from like February 1st to February 1st, or if we give a 30-day leeway so that we can get the papers for the new terms, for the new assignments, for the new whatever you need at the end of those staggered terms, whether you're coming in for, I mean, whether their term is up after three terms, or if they've decided not to continue, and we need to come up with 2 or 3 new people. I am so happy that we have a very, very stable P&Z, but just thinking about the future, we were so desperate, and that's why we had the 2 alternates. So I'm okay with the recommendation of just having 1, but I still liked having 2 because we don't know when. I mean, to me, we've just been very fortunate that we had such consistent commitment with our last P&Z group. But you never know personally what can happen with people. They can be gone, they can get too busy, they are tired, they can do a bunch of different things, and we will be short P&Z people. But that's just a thought. I mean, I'm good with how it is. So my biggest thing is that we move it to February 1st instead of Jan 1st to go. And so I don't know if the first year we just extend it a month, and then we just say that we're going to February 1st to February 1st for each thing. If anybody needs to that, because I just think there's sometimes we miss meetings, or we have to postpone meetings. It's Christmas, it's New Year's, all of those kinds of things, and we move people. So those are my comments, but I'm pleased that we're going to acknowledge their commitment with a little bit of a stipend.
I have just a comment relating to the Board of Adjustment stipends, and I concur with the comments being made by the other trustees, and I think we should modify the ordinance. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I'm gonna also agree with the board trustees about that one.
The only thing I have a question is it doesn't show if they're able to call in. I learned from NPO, we're only allowed to call in, for a meeting, and we're only allowed twice a year.
Or something like that, but it doesn't state here that in case if you don't have a quorum, we can probably get somebody to call in to have quorum, or video, or what I'm talking about? They can call in. So I don't know if we're going to provide that service or we're not going to provide it at all for any.
Part of the reason, trustee, on why we have the alternates in place, so that and there again, knock on wood, as it's been mentioned, we've been lucky with everybody participating as much as possible. But that is an option to write in on anything. So we can always. The Planning and Zoning Commission in the past, primarily because of the documentation that's required in the discussion. Now, we have done that with the Board of Trustees in the past and board meetings, not since I've been in office, but previous administrations have done that and allowed for virtual, and it's not really virtual, it was telephonic participation.
I was saying, because I know we had a planning and zoning member move, and they wouldn't allow him to call in for it. But then I would agree with Trustee Cadena about having it 2 alternates then, just in case one does not show up and we still don't have a quorum, because who knows what could happen. So if that's the case and we don't want to add that in, then I would actually, support with Cadena, putting 2 alternates back to 2 then instead of 1. Yeah.
And I think, are you okay?
I mean, I just think the virtual stuff, I mean, we know we needed it through COVID. I think telephonic is in some ways kind of outdated. You know, I mean, we could even FaceTime for that matter, you know what I mean? But I think it's, I think if we do anything electronic, it needs to be Zoom or WebEx or WebOS or whatever it is. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do virtual meetings, but I think that we should, if we're going to have it in the ordinance, which I don't object to it because it could be a situation where we need to, or if people, I mean, in case of another, don't let me say this, another pandemic or so. I mean, another situation where we would be, where people couldn't gather for whatever reason. That we might have that as an alternative way to do things, or in case of I don't know, even an emergency. But I'm not sure. I mean, this is just discussion. But to me, it would be Zoom or WebOS or something like that. And to me, we should have that capability anyway, as a modern, as just being in the 21st century. And being in 2026, we should have the capability of having virtual meetings if need be, you know. I mean, let's say we do all get the flu or something, and we don't want to postpone some very important things we have to do. Maybe all 5 of us would have to meet like that because we didn't want to do something like that, you know, expose people. But so to me, having a virtual capability, but I think we should make it straightforward across the board to everybody, and have Zoom or WebOS or something like that versus telephonic. I think it's really hard also to meet telephonically and be able to hear everything that's going on. And that's one of the requirements of the Open Meetings Act, that if you have that the person on the people on both ends, the audience, the members of the board, everybody has to be able to hear everything. So I think we risk that telephonically. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, people can't. Right.
Or they can't hear the discussion that's happening and aren't a part of that. So it doesn't quite work that way. But technology has changed for sure. Any other discussion, trustees, on the ordinance as it has been proposed?
When does this take to effect? Like, does it start from, if it gets approved today, are we going back to the ones that already been on the board, or are they starting fresh? And they have 3 years from today. Do you know what I'm saying? 3 terms.
Staggering. So I wouldn't. Yeah. So however that is, follow the current board and the current staggering as such. And that would all be presented at the beginning of the new calendar year, or if the date is changed for the term adjustment, whenever that may be. So is there any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, item 8B for approval, ordinance 2026-04, which are amendments to MTC 1806. A motion to approve on the floor, please. Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Bjork, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We will open it up for discussion and amendments.
I would, in addition,
Yep.
to this, so everybody's thoughts and feedback to remove the stipend for the trustees for the Board of Adjustments.
Let's do it one by one. Just to keep it clean, let's just do it one by one.
Because otherwise we're going to be trying to keep track of.
Okay, thank you.
So a motion on the floor to omit the trustees from compensation.
Second?
Sorry.
Pro Tim Johnson Burek, seconded by trustee Nevades. We will have discussion on omitting the trustees from compensation in the section 1875015 for the Board of Adjustments, if there is any. Seeing as there is none, with motion on the floor for the condition by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by trustee Nevades.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Trustee Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Trustee Nevada.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Very much for approval of the conditions. Next,
Continued discussion, so.
Another condition that we add back on to the ordinance to include the second alternative condition.
Okay. Motion on the floor to add in the second alternative commissioner on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by trustee Garcia. We will open it up for discussion, if any. Seeing as there is none, with motion on the floor for condition to add back the second alternate, Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please. Thank you very much for approval of that condition to be adding the second alternate. We'll open up the floor for further discussion.
I need help with the verbiage for this one, but I make a condition to modify the existing deadlines for us to appoint them to ensure timely appointment. Some kind of condition to modify the deadline for P&Z appointments to ensure, their appointments, their appointments by us.
I think it's wise that as it was discussed during discussion, that there's a specific date that we put in there, such as the appointment begins on February 1st and ends on January 31st. That way it is the day prior, follows the year as such.
To modify the deadlines from term beginning February 1st, ending January 31st.
Motion on the floor. Great. Seconded by trustee Garcia. Further discussion on that? Or question? You started to, that's why. Yes, but it's the discussion, there's motion already. Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by trustee Garcia for the term adjustment for the P&Z appointment to be from February 1st to January 31st. If there's no further discussion on that condition, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Approval of that condition. I will open up the floor again.
To address the telephone. Virtual.
So, Mayor, can I have a question? Would that be here and we do it, because to me it sounds like it should be across the board for board of trustees and P&Z to have just something saying that we should have the equipment to accommodate virtual meetings.
Of the boards and commissions as they meet. just as part of the ordinances and such, which, I mean, that can be something to be brought up later, to be reviewed and completed by staff. Those are easy things to look at.
Virtual meetings, do we have the capabilities to do that? Pretty much, yeah. But I think it merits a little bit more thought about how that would work instead of trying to make a decision this evening. I mean, because it will affect, different things in relation to the public, a lot of factors come in, and we need to decide what kind of factors and what are the ramifications of doing this.
And bringing up because there's a lot of questions that could be asked about virtual participation, such as if we want to allow public virtual participation. Most boards that I sit on right now that allow virtual participation don't allow public participation. But that would have to be something that would be transferred through the board through a change in that. So it might be something that we review in the future for all and do a blanket for all. So it would be effective immediately on that, or within, what's the statutory, Eddie? Is it 5 days from adoption? So
When you go back in January for the report, when they started, and take roles, or they already met their terms. You know what I'm saying?
No, we would start with the new. So you're talking about our current planning and
Right.
zoning commission.
current.
Correct. Right.
January or in February 1st of 2027 in their next term or potential term. Does that make sense? I think that keeps it cleaner in that way. Any other discussion, trustees? One request that I would have of you is a motion to approve with several conditions on here. Is just if we could have maybe a potential condition to have, since trustee Nevadas is the liaison for community development in specific, if we could just have him review the changes alongside myself to ensure that they meet the conditions as they've been motioned before we submit for adoption. So that's a suggestion that I would.
I was going to ask if we could see this, view it one more time.
That's what
But
you want to. That's up to you.
If you remember,
So I would like to make a condition that upon final review of the document, or in reviewing, that you and community director and yourself review to make sure that the conditions were met as stated this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm so sorry. I forgot to, you, oh, absolutely. Yeah, to include trustee Nevadas as well. Sorry. Maybe on the dentist.
motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We'll let it open up for discussion on the condition as it's been motioned. Laura, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
proposed ordinance 2026-04. If there is no further discussion, original motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. With conditions, there are four noted conditions. Laura, if we can roll call vote, please. Thank you very much for approval of the ordinance 2026-04 with the conditions as it has been noted. Next item on the agenda, item 8C from our public hearing for discussion, amendment to the Mesilla Town Code 1515 Building Code to consider amendments to the town's fee schedule for or ordinances regarding permit fees, including whether governmental entities such as school districts and nonprofits should be exempt from certain permit fees. There is no motion on this. This is opening the floor for discussion. Trustees?
Is it used by municipalities? I mean, frequently to waive the permit fees?
I appreciate that it's concise and to the point, and that, of course, we, the PZAC and BOT can still review it at any time. So I'm comfortable with it as it's stated.
If there is no further discussion on that 1515 building code, we'll move on to item 15 for approval of ordinance 2026-05, amendments to the building code.
So move.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We'll open the floor for discussion. Any additional discussion or roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of ordinance 2026-05 for amendments to the building permit fees. Next item on the agenda, item 8E for discussion only. This is from our hearing. As I mentioned before, it's the initial discussion only, no action to be taking place on this evening. Amendment, adoption of the hearing for authority and responsibilities, defining a process to enforce the municipal code on that side. So I will open the floor for discussion. And one thing that I want to note before we get into discussion is that the intent, as I had mentioned in all of these, especially these upcoming ordinances and any ordinance, therefore, if it warrants or needs a lot of discussion, which this one does, as well as the next one, there'll be many work sessions that we'll be doing if necessary or as necessary before we get to full adoption of the code. And then, of course, trustees, if you feel like there's another public hearing that's necessary, then for any of this, we can definitely have as many or as much as we want. And so you feel comfortable with
And Mayor, I do appreciate that these are for discussion and not action. So thank you. I appreciate that.
for that. They're a little bit more detail oriented, actually quite a bit more detail oriented, which we should. Any initial discussion on this? Otherwise, I will have it on a work session. Really, the discussion is the discussion is just the overarching, just so that in between now and the work session, our first work session, if you will, gives the staff the opportunity to do any back-handed research or information finding or follow up with any of the comments that may have been sent in or asked of and have clarification or have a different direction if necessary. Is there any discussion on this ordinance in particular? We're just gonna have to do one at a time.
Needs to see it or no? Or we're gonna wait till the finalized on there? If he did send it out, what did he reply to?
Been because they're doing layers of review within their office, so it's been reviewed by one, and it's getting ready to be fully reviewed by the primary that's in that office, and then they will need to review the previous ones still and give their blessings on those before we move forward on that.
Examiner, that's new, completely new to our town because we no longer have the court. And I think, and I appreciate, that it's going to be civil, not criminal. And because I think that's real important that we start there and see what we can do. I know that with that, we need to clean up our ordinance itself so that the hearing examiner has something to make a judgment on, right? Because that's going to be their main duty, is to make judgments on possible citations or an action with a community member, just to avoid the word against a community member, because that's what we're looking at here. So I think so I appreciate starting out with this. I think that it does require quite a bit of I know that sometimes we go to other municipalities to see what they do, and I think in this particular situation, we it's really important, and that I'd like to ask that we kind of try to match apples to apples as far as having so many historical properties and so many historical commercial properties, and that we don't have a lot of industry or factories or anything like that. So so that's what I would like to see. And is when we kind of get to the meat and potatoes of this, or the chile of this, that we have apples to apples. We're looking at a hearing examiner and what his or her duties would be, and how they would implement a nuisance ordinance, and how much work we have to do on a nuisance ordinance for it to be effective. Officer not to be, to even be able to implement the ordinance, right? Or have a clear indication as to how to rule on any given situation. Does that make sense?
Just for discussion and clarification on a few things. So remember that as of right now, in the absence of us hearing civil codes here in the town presently, they are still heard within the magistrate court system. So they do go there. However, even though the magistrate court does have our full set of ordinances to go off of, their request is specifically to have notification prior to citation or during citation. That way they can upload said ordinances that don't meet the state statutes that they follow in that, because our ordinances are a little bit different and do in many cases have a different effect and supersede those state ordinances in particular. And that's where we want to make sure that we have this person in place. And I think that when we look at this person, they, for many reasons, and once we move through this, legal background, be a judge, so on and so forth, retired judge has the background to roll.
Right. Makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yes.
I guess I have a comment on page 4. under letter B, number 3. It states, including the order notice to the owner of the right to appeal, the decision to the Planning and Zoning Commissioner or Board of Trustees within 15 days. I think that needs to be, I'm sorry, literally page 4. Oh, I'm double-sided, that's why. Yeah.
1815 or sorry, it's on section 1815.45 notice to abate, item B3. Or 5. If you could say, sorry, continue that discussion again, trustee or Mayor Pro Tem.
That the owner, the property owner, can appeal the decision, but it states to the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Board of Trustees. So I think initially my thought was it needs to come to the Board of Trustees. Well, one, they should be given an option. It should have, there should be, it should be specified. So my thought was to the Board of Trustees. Then it kind of falls in line with some of the other places that come before us. I feel.
Any other discussion? What brought big ordinance, so if there's no further discussion, if you do have questions or further comments as you're going through this ordinance and the next, please do make sure that you reach out to Mr. Salazar, myself, the clerk, and we'll take it from there. Next item on the agenda, for item 8F for discussion only from the hearing. Initial discussion is noted before, no specific action to be taking place. This is amendment to the town code 1815 under nuisances, consideration and regulating noise nuisance for the best interest of our residential and commercial zones. Discussion only, as I had mentioned before. I'll open the floor.
On the decibel levels on section B, maximum permissible sound levels, it does list some for daytime and nighttime. So is this a standard? I mean, who has established this? Second part of the question, can a municipality have their own standards, develop their own standards on the decibel? I mean, and the third question is, these were a lot of the language in the ordinance, the proposed ordinance was borrowed from other municipalities. Did any of them have a historical, commercial, or have similar kind of distinction from Messia's very unique environment, especially in the what you call the plaza overlay. These other municipalities do have similar, kind of situations. There's a lot of questions I have on the ordinance, and I could go on and on. But starting with those right there. So, and is there a possibility for having different permissible sound levels depending on the zone? In other words, this is a one size fits all, but can you actually have them unique to a zone? Because it's very different out in the agricultural area or the R1, historical residential, and then the historical commercial is unique because it has mixture of residents and and commercial. There's a lot of things to discuss in this ordinance. So and these are just some of the ones that come to mind. But if we have a work session, and there will be more.
And as I had mentioned, please make sure to get those questions out as well. That way we can address. Because if we need to spend a full meeting as a work session, then let's plan on it. Or have, as I had mentioned before, having multiple work sessions to go through, which is what it will take.
Very, very loud. And we couldn't have them going on, by it. So I think it needs to be separated. I think we need to do it by sections, do one section at a time. We need to find out, okay, if we are going to do the decimal, how much do they cost? Would you have to be certified to get it done? I mean, like, it's just, if a commercial zone, historical or not historical, I mean, we got our businesses again, bread and butter. We have to protect those, but we also have to protect our residents as well too. I appreciate Eddie explaining that the zone is like 100 feet away from the zone on the decimal. But the thing is, my question is that though, it comes back again to the farming agriculture is, if we're in, I'll use my family again. If we go into a residential area shaking pecan trees that have pecans, how does that work? It doesn't, they're loud, and the timing on it, they start early, they end late. So, I mean, it goes all around, not just on commercial businesses and residential businesses and everything else, it also goes on everything. We are a farm community. We do have roosters out there, have a chihuahua that's nonstop barking. I have a neighbor I could call the cops right now regarding my neighbor's dog barking, but they call me, and that's where we're gonna have a lot of attention as well too. So honestly, with this thing, we need to go step by step, page by page, one thing at a time on it, and see how it goes, because we're tearing this thing up, but we gotta do it right. Is it gonna be fair? No, it's not. Somebody's gonna get hurt, and somebody's gonna not get their way. But again, we got to protect any little noise right now. If we were to approve this today, I mean, again, it comes back to the church bells in Mesilla. I could hear the church, if I wasn't Catholic, and I wasn't, well, I better not say that, but if I wasn't Catholic, I could hear the church bells to my home. The services, like they were on the radio, that's a noise news, so there's just, we got to cut it. We got to slow down that completely. And I really appreciate you not putting it on there for approval. I really do. But I think we just need to go start definitions and work our way little by little and pull out more decimals. And I agree with Trustee Elias about can we make our own? What is it? How much is it going to cost us? Who's going to get certified on it? And who does that justify it? Who's going to justify it? So, I mean, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
As I had mentioned, please make sure you email those to staff.
What about that contacting at Mesilla and who's that?
That goes to myself and Bill.
Okay, that's what you have to write comments, maybe submit it directly to the town hall or write an email. So,
Just got to real quick. Comments, and I do
I think the decibels noted are very low. That just overall, I think they're very low. I mean, on a busy weekend, just walking through the plaza with tourists, crowds, you know. I don't know what page, I'm double-sided again, but maybe it's on that same page at the bottom, page 2. It says, letter B, yelling, shouting, or singing, loud yelling, shouting, chanting, or singing between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And I will make note that if I was singing, yeah, the cops would be called because that would be in itself a violation. Nobody wants to hear that. That disturbs neighboring properties at officer discretion. So it's kind of opening up us to, well, they got cited. I didn't, that person didn't get cited, but I got cited. There's that, just no defined kind of, I'm trying to think of it like legal liability. And then I did have a question. I believe Ms. Molina brought it up because the enforcement authority, 1, 2, 3, on page 4, enforcement authority, this chapter may be enforced by town marshal's office, code enforcement, other authorized town personnel. So that goes again with decibel readings. Who's going to be carrying them? And if everybody's going to be allowed to have them, I mean, we're going to just become a township of reading decibels on it. So just little things I think I do think there were some discrepancies among the different language and verbiage that was used. I believe Ms. Schweitzer brought it up that you bring in some good points as well. And at this point, that's all I have.
Once again, with any comments, or ideas, any further discussion?
Well, you did be a decibel reader.
Yes. Can I ask you, and Marshall too, I mean, that's okay, we can just,
And maybe everybody can see you. I mean, we have complaints right now that you're having to respond to and try to make decisions one way or the other, Marshall? Or codes, or who's responding right now? I just
have to listen to overall.
So under the current noise ordinance that we have on the books right now, the issue at hand, yes, that's breaking our ordinance. The church putting mass out on the speakers, breaking our ordinance. What Trustee Garcia said about someone complaining on the noise the bells, that would be breaking our ordinance. Our celebration at Veterans Park that we put on, breaking our ordinance. Summer Music Fest, breaking our ordinance. Fiestas, breaking our ordinance. If they have speakers during the parade, breaking our ordinance. Our current one is so vague. There's no times, there's no dates. Just like Ms. Schweitzer said, I could be having a birthday party or a barbecue at 2 p.m. and my neighbor doesn't like me, breaking the noise ordinance. So there is a need to update it, and I get the ones that are for it and against it, and I know it needs to be cleaned up. But when I started here 15 years ago, I was groomed on, we do the county one, Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m. to 6, Friday, Saturday, 11 p.m. to 6. That's what I've always grown up on. And then when I started digging into our current one, it's a mess. Your neighbor doesn't like you, you're gonna get, under our current ordinance, I can come, me or ACO codes can come cite you for anything under our current one. So I do agree it needs updating, and I know it's gonna take a while, but that's what the workshop's for. But yes, there's a lot of everything. Yeah, because
everything is.
because that would, if I went and enforced this one, I'd have to go to the church next. I'd have to, if anyone calls.
That's, you know, kind of what I was wondering. And, is it, I mean, and it's mostly in the, you know, where we have the intersecting residential.
It's mostly there. We've had ones out in residential areas where a house party, but those are usually, hey, it's too loud. But this is a completely different ballgame because you have them right next to each other. But yeah, under our current one, everyone's breaking the ordinance. Really, we could be breaking it when we run code, even though we're exempt to us through the state. But yeah, like ours is the current one is vague. I wouldn't feel comfortable enforcing it because just like what Trustee Johnson Burek said, like one got cited, this one didn't get cited.
Well, I was wondering if you just didn't have any citations out.
We haven't given one out because I don't feel comfortable.
Anywhere in residential or.
But I also agree with Trustee Garcia that the farm equipment, that's a whole nother ball game that should be in a subsection of its own. So.
And that's what we need to anticipate too.
Yeah, you have a lot of transplants coming in.
Yeah, how much more is it gonna grow in the historic residential area with commercial businesses and how much is it, and those kinds of things. And that, okay, thanks.
Other discussion.
And again, you know, I think Mesilla is a unique town, a very unique town. I enjoy hearing the roosters in the morning. That I have chickens wandering loose on the street that I live. I'm surrounded by, I live on Calle Parian, but I have pecans all around me, and those are harvested. You know, I mean, it's just a unique environment that we have here. There's a blend of you know, businesses and open music venues which add to the charm of Mesilla. And so I think we need to look at this very carefully, you know, as we move forward and have a lot of discussion as to what kind of a town we want to be. A lot of the people that, you know, because I'm also have a lot of people that around me that stay at short-term rentals, and they really like the charm and the ambience of hearing the church bells, you know, having, you know, the different noise. And if you travel to Mexico or Europe, you have a lot of this mixture. I mean, and it's just a unique experience to live in an agricultural community that has all these types of venues. And so you want to blend those in so that people can experience that. It's just, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just trying to say we are a unique community. We shouldn't just cobble an ordinance borrowing from other municipalities. We should be able to develop one that is going to help Mesilla in the long run and understand the nuances that are within the town that we need to preserve, maybe because that's part of the charm of Mesilla. So I don't know. I mean, that's the way I view this. So I am looking forward to more work sessions and more discussions on this. Thank you.
Also with the ordinance as well, going back to the noise thing, and I can keep going on, even with motorcycles, when they're stopping at two of our local bars, you know, and they're rubbing, it's gonna affect, if we gotta watch out for that too, because if, you know, we do have a lot of motorcycles that come in, you know, and they see that going up, guess what's gonna happen? They're not gonna want to come to Mesilla because we have that, you know, we have this thing. So we have a lot more to discuss about that. You know, I'll have to admit my husband rides 3 motorcycles, so he comes down and you can hear him through Mesilla, you know, and I'm going to be called on a lot. My dog, a motorcycle, my radio. But that's what I'm saying. It's very vague on this whole thing. And it is very, I think we need to get the Marshal's Department more involved because they're the ones that are dealing with the complaints and the residents.
I think we need to get him and Eddie together and yourself here and see a little bit more deeper into this. I don't need to give everybody more work.
And like Trustee Nevada says, we got to make more meetings about this. You know, maybe we just need to make one work session, have a work session just based on this and not have a town meeting. Or if we had like a work session on a Thursday or a Tuesday, just on this, just this one particular ordinance by itself, and then take it from there, but little by little. Okay.
And communication very open with intention of
Getting this discussion that we've been having right now, that we know something that's going to be happening and being approved. We need to do such a big portion.
We can share work session with them to and us. Have a work session with the marshal and Mr. Salazar and ourselves, and have a work session on this and start working there.
I think that they should be involved every step of the way, most definitely. They are the two that do hold the accountability, or would be, through that, if you will, or monitoring, if you on that side. Any further discussion? Meeting that is just focusing on this and nothing but this, like we mentioned at the very beginning, to where if we need to spend an hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, I don't want to say a 6-hour meeting because don't put that out in the world. Don't put it out in the world. As long, but the thing is that as long as it needs to take to get good, thoughtful discussion, and if it also as many times we need to do that thoughtful discussion to make sure that it works. It's the main point, and I think that's what we're carrying over.
This won't just affect the businesses, it'll also affect residents, it affects everybody, not just A and B, it affects everybody. Think about it. Right, because what do you want to bring in? What do you want to- no? Correct.
Great. Any further discussion? For that
Discussion will start. We'll schedule that meeting. Next item on the agenda, 8G, for discussion only, 2024 through 2026 year-to-date IPRA and IPRA process. So I did just a little quick presentation. I'll run through it. Not spend a whole lot of time, but I think that it's important that we have these discussions on it. Where is my? There it is. So just the clarification for the board as well as residents as a whole. So you're familiar with IPRA is Inspection of Public Records Act. This was kind of touched on a little bit last meeting, and I just want to touch on a broad overview on this. So what this is when an inspection of public records, so all the records that happen within the town are open to inspection by the public at any given point in time. So the way that works is when a request is received, the request specifically should identify the records with reasonable specificity. It's always a mouthful. So with that,
is it has to be specific and ask, what are you looking for specifically? What are the records that you need or that you're requesting?
it's very broad. It's likely that the person that receives the request will be asking for further clarification on that, or they just send you something that's very broad in that notion. The second part of that is the requests are directed to the records custodian for tracking and coordination. Here in the town, that's the town clerk, who is the records custodian that is working on all of those IPRAs and working with that specifically. The initial response time once that IPRA is received is 3 specific business days. There needs to be a response that the request was received, when the records will be reasonably available, and then when the town expects to respond with that, and just communicating constantly with the individuals who are receiving the or asking for the request. There is a point where the Records custodian will review and review the collection of records. Records custodian works with specific departments to locate the specific records, determine whether any information may be confidential or may be exempt, where there might be information that may need to be redacted, prepare records for the inspection or release, and as I mentioned just a minute ago, apply the necessary redactions before they are requested them. The production of the records must be made available immediately when practical, but no later than 15 calendar days. That's calendar days, not business days, after the receipt of the request, unless the request is excessively broad or burdensome and additional time is reasonably necessary. But that has to be done in an applicable manner of communication and making sure that that's taken care of otherwise. There is a part for denial or partial denial. If the records are withheld, the town must provide a written denial to that identifies the records that are specifically being withheld, the legal basis for that denial, and if that is issued within 15 calendar days of receiving that specific request. So that has to be clearly communicated on that part. Just to touch on some of the records, common records that may be released, examples include agendas, meetings, minutes, contracts and agreements, budgets and financial records, permits and applications, policies and procedures, emails that relate to public business. That does also, and I think I put it down at the bottom, include text messages and other electronic forms of communication, and certain law enforcement records that are subject to statutory limitations. Actions. Common records that may be withheld, specifically, examples are personnel records containing specific protected information, medical records, certain law enforcement investigative information, attorney-client privilege communications, and any trade secret or other records specifically exempted by law. The town is required to provide existing records. It is not required to create a new document or answer questions. So basically, if you're asking for a specific line of permits, then the staff would send you all the permits that are applicable to that and have that available for your viewing. You decipher or the requester deciphers the information from there. The reason for the request generally does not matter, and that definitely should not be questioned. So that's always a part of that side. As I mentioned earlier, emails, text messages, and electronic communications discussing town business may be public record. Records should never be destroyed or altered after a request is received. And failure to comply with IPRA can expose public bodies to legal action, attorney fees, and statutory penalties. I do want to bring this forward just so that the board is aware. So in 2024, we did receive a total of 20 IPRA requests. Last year in 2025, we received 38. A year to date, 6 months into the year, or just a tad bit over 6 months into the year, we're at 44 requests so far. So as you see by the numbers are doubling almost year after year, and this is a common thing that's happening across many municipalities across the nation. So we're not unique in this. IPRA requests are being requested more often than not. It was brought to our attention about where we had missed a potential date in there in our last meeting, and that is where checks and balances always happen, right? So we have gone through and reviewed and gone through all of our informational and systems that we have in place and the controls on that, and created that to where we have the basically a double check system to ensure now that that will not happen in the future. But many of these I do want to note that, with an increase in the amount of IPRAs that happen, I mean, it's nothing compared to, specific larger municipalities, because they're receiving hundreds a day in larger municipalities. I think I spoke with the clerk in Albuquerque at one point in time, and I think she said she and her team were receiving in excess of 500 a day, which is just, it's hard to kind of fathom, like, the burden that puts on the team. So there are positions that are created for this. In that, we're not at that point, I don't believe, and I think that we internally do a good job overall. It's just those checks and balances that we have, and putting those solid systems in place for that. So we want to make sure that we're always compliant. But I just wanted to bring this forward as a quick show so that you are all aware of what IPRAs are, what it is, how it works, and then really the numbers, so you can see how those have been growing year over year on that side. Any questions or discussion?
I'd just like to make a comment though. Because you mentioned bringing somebody on board, we're not there yet. And I just wanted to say that we did already increase our staff. We came on board. There's 3 people there now instead of 2. So we do have that balance now. So I just want to comment on that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I do have a couple comments on the HIPAA request. So I know I studied it on the phone. You and I discussed about this. You do realize that when I took the class up there in Santa Fe, they did suggest that we don't use our personal cell phones for this reason on there. And I know you said you were going to try to do like an alternate number or something like that, which I really appreciate you trying to look out for us on that part. But also too, I want to extend it to the board though. If you do know that there's a HIPRA out there and the resident or the person has not received it, I would highly recommend you to extend yourself to the mayor and let them know, like, hey, the deadline is almost done and this person has not got into it. So we don't be violating. Because I can tell you for experience, I did reach out to the mayor and it was done by that afternoon, really quick. And I've always said I'll put credit where the credit goes to, and that's why I will thank the mayor for, like, we talked about it, and I told him, yeah, it was, so and so and so and so. And before I knew it, was already, he handled it really clearly and really fast and efficiency to get it done. So I would like the board to extend that if you do, I'll say it again, if you do know that there is one out there and we are close to deadline, please extend it. Don't go to the clerk. It sounds awful. Go straight to the mayor and it will be done within that afternoon or within an hour on that part. Other than that, also too, on the Open Meetings Act, they actually have forms on there. I don't know if you saw it. Whatever it was, like if we need an extension or whatever, there is a form on there. And I highly recommend you use them, as a guidance on there. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. And moving on to the next item on the agenda, item 8G, board discussion. Sorry, 888
For discussion, ICIP rankings. This is the
ICIP. The one that was in your packet, I apologize for, because that's the one that was downloaded with our current ones that are uploaded into the system. So it was a shorter version from our previous discussions that we had during our work sessions with ICIP. So that's why the list grew. So I made sure that we had those on there. I tried to break them out so that they are broken out specifically for the 2028 year, which is the one that we really want to focus on ranking and having at least our top 6 to top 10. One thing, as I had mentioned earlier in the year, was it, it's a learning lesson on some of these things because in previous years I submitted the whole list, and then I was told by certain electeds that so only submit your top. But in a learning experience this last year, we're going to submit all of our 2028 requests, regardless, and putting it in there. But we'll still be focusing for capital outlay in specific on those, the top priorities. So with that in mind, there are specifics in here that are like road projects that are potentially covered under other grant funding and wouldn't necessarily be applicable to capital outlay, but it is important that they are listed in the ICIP, so that we can have that control number, which is what you see, that project number that's on the left hand side, because that project number is extremely important to have when we're submitting grants outside of for anything that's outside of capital outlay in specific. So these were items that, like I mentioned before, that we had discussed. I had it all on separate pages and separate tabs before, and then we condensed it all because this is what the report looks like now when it's downloaded into from the system itself, and the new system that they did last year. So what we need to do is look at these specific, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 22 items for 2028, and at least prioritize and put the top 6 to 10 projects in there. 6 to 10, because the other ones will kind of fall through with that. And one of the things, and I'll just open up with the one and kind of just to get the discussion rolling on this as such, is we get some of these things through our public meetings, and when we do the gatherings, and when we get the team together. And when I say the team, it's not just the town team, it's other members of the community together to go through insight planning. The common over the years has always been an update to the historic inventory. But you believe that the historic inventory update should be our number one priority that we do focus on. The number 2 priority, based upon recent feedback that we've received, I would recommend that we have as that University Trail enhancement in there as a number 2 priority. From what we've heard from many residents, is in the enhancements that need to happen along that trail. Although some of that is going to be potentially covered under
University Trail enhancement. What were you thinking of? I'm kind of curious. Mm-hmm.
So it would be, we'd have to have a series of public meetings in order to determine that, and we can start that here soon to get that ball rolling, if that is one of the top priorities. Because that's the other part too, is that in our 2028, because these applications are really starting to open up now. So like the first, there's 2 rounds of Trails Plus funding, and that we might be eligible for. The first one that opens up is here on July 1st for the requests, and then there's also another one that opens up on July 1st that's for historic properties in specific. So where we're looking at the blacksmith shop phase 1, that could potentially be a restoration request to start that phase one, if you will, and funding for the blacksmith shop.
So I was looking at the blacksmith shop.
We get comments on we have public restroom upgrades on there.
Get comments on those restrooms, and they get utilized quite a bit from the public, so that might be something else to consider. Ones that probably won't need to be considered is like the public works vehicle replacement. That one comes out of a different funding source. The Caida Sur widening and drainage improvement planning, that comes out of a different funding source. OESTA phase 2 would come out of a different funding source. Sewer line extensions in specific would come out of a different funding source. Water master plan would come out of a different funding source. The blacksmith shop, there again, different funding needs to be listed, but we're looking at specific on there. Water master plan, the sewer line is a water, just as we discussed, it's a water specific project. Water trust board. Well, number one, the legislators will not appropriate capital funding towards any water related projects unless it is a viable emergency that needs to be taken care of. Otherwise, or there's no other funding, or if it's capacity funding that's also needed to finish a project, if you will. That's when they'll consider it. But they won't consider it for a project outright because there's money that's already been allocated through funding such as Water Trust Board, Clean Water Revolving Fund, another one through the Environment Department. There's several through the Environment Department, in fact, for water related projects. But that's why I say those are the water, the roads. So when you see the roads on there, we have LGRF, TPF. Those are specific road projects that can be looked at being taken care of through some of those other funding sources. I will note that, you know, as I mentioned, the historic inventory update as that. So I tried to apply for the historic funding through Historic Preservation Division last year to see if they would update that to do our overall. And they told me with the application that was submitted, it was denied. And when I asked for the clarification on what was needed in order to strengthen the application, they said it was too broad. That when they look at preservation, they look at specific properties and buildings. So that's why the blacksmith shop in specific for this year is a perfect example of how we can go after that funding on that.
I mean, and maybe.
And these are in no specific order right now. That's what I want you to understand. So. No, they're right there. So sure they reflect that too, right?
13 years.
Public restrooms probably reflect that not being updated.
We can only need some love. It needs a lot of it. Yeah, absolutely. I would support that. I'd support the black shop, trail enhancements, of course.
So what we need to think about is just in discussion, we need to say this is, I think, should be number one. This should be number two. And then it can be discussion. I mean, ideally, if everything that's in 2028, but 10 will get 10 will get it set where it's good.
I say, let's pick out the 10 and then,
Because then it also gives us the opportunity to look for funding in other areas, and and if that doesn't get funded this year, it moves down to the next year. Sounds great. What's number 1?
I was gonna select the 10 and then we prioritize.
Okay, so what are the 10 historic inventory update? Enhancements.
Yes,
You said public restroom.
blacksmith shop, so there's 4, we need 6 more. Hunting,
Sorry.
that's all we have, so we need 6 more.
We can go on 2029 too, if I can do it up.
Okay, what's up? There's no. You. Just tell me which ones. Oh, one thing that I want to say is on. So where we have the Cedar roadway improvements, phase 1 through 3, you'll notice that we've received funding already for that in that for phases 1 and 2. And now I want to say that in meeting with DOT specifically this year, when they were talking about the requirements that Santa Fe is having for them, is that where we're very broad in this, which has helped us in the past because then we can utilize that funding to do road patches. We can utilize it to do planning and design on some of our other projects. They are not going to allow that in the future for anything. It has to be specifically dedicated to being a specific road or area in specific. So I do want to note that. So where we're doing some of these where it's like how we've done McDowell resurfacing, Kyla Cologne resurfacing and reconstruction, that's the way that they want to see those on this listing, which will help when we get that iWorks asset management planning going.
Turning from the Molly, they were talking about the water fund, and they were saying, I mean, I've listened to Trustee Garcia and Lorenzo, that we always have that flooding on Arroyo and then have that flooding on Highway 28. How did I say 25? Highway 28.
They have asked specific, and they said that the water fund could do that. Did you understand that? Because I felt like it was sewer and water and those things, but this was specifically flooding also. Because, and I thought, I mean.
It's anything that has to do with fresh water,
Gray water, black water.
Every time it rains, you don't get down the street. So it seems to me that we should kind of invest in that.
People seem quite disturbed, right? They're Lorenzo's going.
So with that in mind, just in thought, because I just the one that's here on 28 is going to be, even though it's our asset and has been done with that, DOT is replacing that because they have one in the yard, so they're going to be coordinating with Lorenzo and the team at some time in the near future to get that one on 28. Yes.
Well, I mean, I was just so like, too, like, I think that's also what we have to go with too, is when we do it, I mean, like I said, we don't get that much rain. And if every time it rains, it's a problem.
I feel like we need to prioritize that into it, and the water fund will do that.
The other part of that, in thinking about the water related funds and projects, is that the Water Trust Board just changed it this year, in this current year, to where they will be doing 2 cycles. The first cycle, which is getting ready to come up here soon, is going to be specifically for planning and design of projects and funding for planning and design. And I think they said there was 50 million that's put in a pot, or at least something to that extent, for planning and design. The second round is going to be for the execution of projects. So the hope is that all of these water projects that come forward, the planning and design will be taken care of at the beginning of the year, of the fiscal year, and then come mid-year, they'll be ready to throw a shovel in the ground with funding, is the hope and the intention. Right.
Where, I'm sorry, the community center walk-in refrigerator, is that for ours?
Is I mean, the community center is our responsibility. However, that is something that goes through long-term and aging, that goes on their capital listing. So that's there to make sure that we get that. The long-term and aging, though, with their process for capital outlay is that, so when I first came in to office in 24, I made a request to add an item onto their list because Adelante was telling me in communication on that, and it just barely got added this year. So it's about a 3-year process to get those capital outlay projects added, or to actually get them funded through long-term and aging. So it is, yes.
And I recall last meeting, Ms. Trina Witter spoke for somebody and said that the tent, people, if we can keep it up for people wanting to use it. And I noticed that they utilize it a lot. Can we add that one? No, they're asking for another one.
The one, because yes, to stay up. Yeah. Correct.
Really cover the entire, we don't cover it for Fiesta, because we have but they do cover it for like Jazz Fest and things like that, where and people sit right out there. For me, it looks super expensive. They have these like very, very heavy cement blocks to make it sturdy and all that stuff. I mean, the one we have there now seems like it's doable, but I just don't want, I would rather just employ local people that have their local business, that when we need them, we just pay the money and have them do it to kind of promote local businesses and local manual labor and local, because those are going to be local people, right? They're not going to be these big, huge companies that come in and do that. So that's just my thought on that. And, because what would that look like? I mean, what are we thinking tent-wise? Or maybe we need to not talk about this right now, but I would like to know what that request is, what that actually entails. I know, but for the front of the costume.
Think about like at the fiestas that we've done in the streets. So have some 4 fiestas at least. We put up and we rented multiple extra tents to put up in over the bleachers is one, right? So that way the bleachers are fully covered, and that's similar to what you're saying, and how that is. And then we've done, another one over back on the backside just to give people a place for shade, by the over there by the foam with some tables to just sit at and enjoy. And so while it's great to rent those out to support the other, it does come at a cost over time that can be money saved. So that's where we're just looking at that.
So I'm just thinking, I mean, is it worth doing that, and what would be the maintenance, and what does it cost? I mean, how much manpower does that really take to bring up every time? It's just, I'm not completely disagreeing with it, I'm just saying, is it worth, I mean, it's gonna have a life too, you know, it's gonna have a 5 or 6 or 10-year lifespan, and we'll have to replace it. So we're really saving that much money to just rent it when we need it and design it however we want. Like maybe some years we don't need it for the phone, you know, for the kids, for adults who need it for the phone. Sometimes we need it for the dance area, whatever that would be a different setup. But anyway, just a thought, because I just seen it put up those things, man. And it is so labor intensive. I mean, I can't see, you know, the guys, Glenn's, I'm sorry, I mean, I just, like, all of them, his whole crew would have to do it, and then, you know. I'm just asking.
What happens with our current tent? It's the whole room.
And so can you
The whole
imagine
room
getting
plus
a
some.
bigger one, plus the employees? I'm just saying, is that really worth, I mean, can somebody get a back really get? It's just out here,
I'm just asking if you put it on the list.
no, I'm just saying, but how?
That's for a list.
Well, I prioritize it if it's something that we don't really need or want, or that we should consider other things to put on this because.
Okay, what else do we need to put on our list of?
But I'm.
Let's move on. Let's move on, please.
Now,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still got 5 more to go. Does the backhoe equipment check equipment and it'll really sound really stupid now to say, what kind of backhoe equipment are we looking at? Like a rack replacing our backhoe? Will that go on the list or would that go?
It's either that or we look at, a loan for that. That's important.
Can we go ahead and add that to the Smith? Backhoe equipment?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. That's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8, 4, 1.
So is Kaya the old drainage crew, can we do that there? Because that seems to be one of the people. Is that what I want? Yeah. But aren't we just picking 10 that?
I mean, if you want to bring that up from, because these are only listed from where when we had that initial discussion during that work session.
That's all the time, it's Kaya the old.
It does only when it picks up the debris and it plows the drain because it's part of the lift station that's down on 365, but it doesn't work correctly if you get the debris on there. If the debris is what causes it from going down and flowing as quick as it needs to be.
So is it a maintenance?
One. This one's been on here for a while too. That's why it's on here. It was on here before I got here. So. Arroyo, that's on 2029. You know, saying that makes me think there's a project that's not on here, and that's what I also want you to remember is because I put that. If you want to add projects, please do. But there's one other drainage area that Lorenzo and I have looked at in the past what was that last year sometime, was at Calle de los Huertos at Calle del Norte. It always has a big old puddle that's right there. And there's a oh, yeah, well, I've seen the way you drive, almost as crazy as that crazy mayor of Mesilla that I've heard about. There's a drain that's right there on that that there's a drain, but when we went and pumped the drain to see what the issues were with the drain, it's not really a drain, it's just a box. It's literally like a 2x2 square box that does not have any drains in it at all. It's the most bizarre thing ever. It literally holds water.
So maybe we need to have that.
I think that might be a good idea.
Okay, that's wait, go ahead, I didn't want them.
But that's always.
It could be. It could, because water trust board and all of those might not cover it, so, or there might be backfilling that's needed in order to make it viable, if you will.
Or whatever the total project cost may be. So there's this just to have it in there. And then you had mentioned solar panels, and we actually have a grant application in right now already for solar panels. We're just waiting to hear back from the state on that, which nobody has heard on that one yet. That there is a donation tab that has been started, but it is nowhere near what it's going to cost to do that, which I do have. So all of these that are on the upper part are areas where I already have. I have, so the yellow is already funded. The blue is waiting on the grant agreement. The whites are actual grants that have already been submitted as well. We're just waiting to hear back on them.
We did, and like I mentioned, it's been submitted, both McDowell and Cologne have been submitted,
But we have not heard back on those, on whether they're getting funded or not. I think that was the tables, umbrellas, or just looking into what that might be for the plaza itself. Because that was in that discussion.
Well,
it got moved down.
There's another one for us. Yeah, there's a special event camp that trustee Cadena was referring to, and then from the backstage, which goes outdoor.
Right. So that's
physical tables to be out there.
So on this one above, where it says park, playground, and restroom upgrades, so the restroom we've already voted on, or not voted on, sorry, prior or talked about and added to the list.
I think that when we were discussing that, the park, playground, and restroom upgrade was
looking at Leonis Park in specific to put in bathrooms there, or in other parks, and upgrade and add playground equipment. Which we have current funding for right now. So yes, that we're going to be adding more and more. So we're working on that right now. What I would actually probably recommend is the like a second phase on commemorative park upgrades. So because that's the one that's the second one highlighted in orange. because that's multi-phased. We do have a set of funding that's been received already for that. But that would also potentially complete another phase of that project. And then, which
Yeah, I just got that to the sidewalk refurbishment, so. Yeah. That's okay, so you guys wanna add sidewalk in wherever to park? I think, because I didn't, I just now caught that we need to. Yeah. Okay, so let's do that. You guys okay with that, trustees? So. Okay. Prioritize.
10. Sorry. We'll run through it.
Okay, just throwing it out there. I think the top three, I would, based on everything that's been talked about, discussed, and going on, would be the historic inventory, University Trail, and the blacksmith shop. Okay, there's 1, 2, and 3.
2 and 3. 4.
Yes, I support that. Four. Should we move the refrigerator down to number 10? That's what I'm thinking. Okay.
And get some seed funding to at least get the planning and design done on that. So 5 and 6.
No. Okay. Yeah.
There's four so 7 is backhoe. 7 is backhoe.
Park and sidewalk refurbishment.
Or commemorative park, either one.
In the next meeting, I'm likely to have a grant request potential for that I'm working on with the COG to try to get that moving forward. Which we had mentioned in the last meeting with their public hearings that they did, and I know that was part of the discussion was some sidewalk stuff. So that might be coming in. So maybe the park first, and then
Okay, the park, sidewalk, that leaves.
the walk-in 10. I appreciate you all on that one. Any questions or further discussion? All right. Next item on the agenda, item 8I, approval of resolution 2026-28 for the 28 to 32 ICIP and rankings. There you go. Dinner.
So moved.
Floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Garcia. This is to approve the projects as they're listed and prioritizing the top 10 as we have for 2028. The other ones will just fall in line wherever they fall in line for 2028. So that way we have those control measures. Any discussion?
Laura, if we can all follow, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Trustee Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Navarro.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4-0.
Very much for approval of resolution 2026-28 for the SCIP ranking. Next item on the agenda, approval of resolution 2026-29, budget adjustments for the fourth quarter.
Second.
Motion on the floor, trustee Cadena, second by trustee Garcia. Discussion. Seeing as there is none, Lori, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-29 for budget adjustments for the fourth quarter. Next item on the agenda, item 8K for approval resolution 2026-30, FY 26-27 holidays. Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. I'll open it up for discussion. Did we not have that one, Laura?
It's behind the page. Oh. It's behind the budget adjustment.
Trustee question.
Okay, so if we're closed on Friday, July 3rd, the staff gets paid for holiday for July 3rd, correct? Or holiday? Yeah, holiday. Okay, so I guess my question is if they're working as in public works or the marshals and they fall on a Saturday, if the actual holiday falls on a day that we are closed, how are they getting paid?
Discuss.
They're going to get their time and a half.
They are gonna get their time and a half. Do they get, so if they're closed, so they get the regular holiday pay, which is a regular pay, correct?
On the 3rd, so they'll get, if they're making $10 an hour, then they get $10 an hour.
On July 3rd. Or do they get 15?
They should get holiday, regular pay at whatever their rate is.
Because it's a holiday, so they're getting paid to be off. But are you saying they're working?
They get, if they're working, they get time and a half for the hours that they work on both days. So if you have somebody that's working on the designated holiday, the 3rd, and then they're also, which is a Friday, and they're also working on the on the 4th, they're getting paid for that other. It's not happening presently there, but it is. We've already discussed this, and it is moving forward. So, because I see you giving eyes over there. Because we've already discussed that.
And it's going across the board though, right? Including for public versus military? It should be
Every hour they
Okay, every hour, it's not.
They're again only if they are for the hours that they're working. All right. Any other questions or discussion? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-30 for the 26-27 holidays. Next item on the agenda, approval of resolution 2026-31, vacation policy hours updated and carryovers, which is, if we can have a motion on the floor, please. I didn't catch that, sorry. All right. Motion on the floor by Trustee Cadena, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Open it up for discussion.
This was part of our original discussion during the budget and
Staffing and so on and so forth. Trustee Garcia, thank you for asking the questions on that. And then it's been previous discussion items for by department heads as well. And carrying this over, that's moving the vacation hours up to 200 hours to carry over versus the 160 that we presently have. Any discussion on that? Seeing as there is no discussion, motion on the floor. Trustee Cadena, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Laura, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
PZHAC case 062141 for 2231 Avenida Mesilla, submitted by the town, requesting approval for the architectural preliminary drawings of a multi-purpose addition to the town hall here in the historic commercial zone. Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. This was the presentation that we had earlier. I will open it up for discussion. I know there were questions.
Well, I guess having not really had any time to review and look at this and just based on the, I mean, like nice little packet and everything provided. And I just initially, I just think it's, oh, I had the words earlier. It's like, it's overkill. It's like huge, big, and almost got too much. And then I thought we had mentioned when the grant first rolled out years ago that the fires, the public safety was supposed to be phase 1. And then you had mentioned something like that in the meeting, but now we're putting this huge add-on as phase 1 and not doing anything with the fire station.
So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, so if you recall, we have federally designated funding that we have received.
That is specifically for the cultural addition and that side that does go on that side. These are original plans, as it has been previously mentioned, or not planned, but part of the original building that was supposed to be added on here at the town hall back in 2004, 2007. Those original parts of those phases to add the cultural side per se that also included boardrooms and meeting areas, but basically a public area to conduct not just public business, but to allow the public to utilize however it's necessary, as well as the town to utilize as it's necessary. And then the other side of the building is adding on the fire station and doing that side and getting it to where it is in a better spot for more support to the entire town and surrounding communities, and having that to where it's not in the middle of a residential zone as well. But as I mentioned, we have the congressionally directed spending, the funding to do the project on the south side of the building, and that's why that's moving forward on that. And with those requests, however, if you recall, when we did the pulled funding and worked on funding as well through our own, is to get the planning and design completed for both sides. That way we can get the funding and make those requests to get that funding in as needed to get both sides taken care of. So that's where, because I need to get these grant agreements in for the federal money and get that designated and get those fully obligated. But they want to have the preliminary plans to move forward on that. Like, no.
It's all.
Let me tell you, it's been a process dealing with these federal.
Where is the actual, our visitor center that's there? Where is it going to be?
It's in.
Oh, existing building. But is it still going to be the visitor center? But we're going to still have plans to renovate that and make it more.
And that's the funding that you see in.
Okay.
Because I did make that upgrade. That's not a $100,000 request on there. It's actually a $500,000 request for visitor center upgrades.
And I guess I just also
Because if we can get that whole side like new and driving in a different traffic area, I think that would be beneficial.
The community center, I mean, they don't have any room because we're renting out all the rooms there for offices.
So think about in the,
And what would we do with this multi-purpose trainings? I mean,
whatever's necessary.
Think of it, and because those are questions that have been asked previously. Think of it, and that's in the grant language. That's kind of it's a multi-purpose area specifically. So think about how we just had Liana do this whole week-long conference where it was and it's only going to get bigger. So if we can have it to where in the space you have an area where people have the ability to have meetings or sit at tables in an area, and then there's a small breakout rooms to the side where you can break out and go into making pottery or learning about the blacksmithing. I mean, there was a little bit of everything that she had planned out and all of that. And that's just one example. Think about we have an array of artists in town. If there's somebody that wanted to do an art show, it could be a primary show that happens within the multi-purpose room, and then each one of the single meeting rooms breaks out into a breakout where maybe they're doing art lessons with the kids or something to that extent. So there's a lot of opportunity. Whenever we have the larger meetings, we can host the larger meetings here and do that easily rather than going to the community center and also having the availability of parking. I mean, there's multiple things that it can be used for. It can be rented. However, we need to plan on that. Just to give ideas on that side, or clarification, not ideas, but clarification and to the reason why on that side. And the outdoor space was in the visitor center upgrades. When we were looking at the visitor center upgrades, what we were originally looking at was the potential, if you recall, in our existing building here where the visitor center is, we were looking at doing some sort of patio off of the back potentially and looking at that to have an outdoor space. But this is what when I mentioned that to the architects as part of that, they're like, well, why don't we look at this? So that's where that came from on that side. And we actually increase our parking capacity here. I know we lose the 4 that are on this side, but we actually increase parking as a total. And that was communicated in one of the meetings where we had that to the community. But what I need, and just in clarification and communication, is just an avenue to get the architect a way of moving forward on this specific project. He's in Las Cruces, that's why. So I'm sure not intentional by any means. Yeah. Well, and I haven't seen this before this as well. So, but the fire station and that addition will also be planned out on that side. Any other questions or discussion or any changes that you all might want to see on this in the initial design or thought? I mean, it can be scaled down if you want it scaled down. It's just we want to try to maximize the space and think of future use. And that's where, as the team and communicating and looking at this with the architect, is times have changed and uses have changed since back in 2004. So yeah. But it's really only getting 4 spots.
No, I mean, I'm thinking the whole area.
Well, yeah, because that's what we have. But it just corresponds to the separate. So we're not really losing that. But and that's why I mentioned, because up here, by closing this off, we actually gain a whole lot on both sides, and then it actually when you look at it, it creates a more, at least in this, it creates a more defined entrance with the walls being put in, but it also creates a more handicap accessible location because the handicap spots are over on this side presently. They're not up front, where we should have them up front. You know, I don't know why we haven't. I'm not going to say it out loud. Because I don't want to be dinged on anything. Hope show is fun. Any other discussion, trustees? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia, for approval of PZHAC case 062141. And if there is no further discussion, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We'll open it up for discussion. And with that, I will note that thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for reaching out with some clarification. So if there can be an adjustment to that, is because we're going to put on here, so at the very end under qualifications, having the addition under qualifications to add in 2 years of job related as well as supervisory experience being preferred. Correct? Those were the recommendations in that. So that will be updated in that. Any other discussion? 2 years of job related and supervisory experience if preferred.
It's gotta be separate. The 2 years related job experience is a requirement. Because this is not an entry level position. So, and then, underneath that, you have the supervisory preferred, yeah, so, because I think Eddie's going to want to have somebody who has experience. I don't think he wants to. And like I said, it's not an entry level, so it's going to train. And I forgot, I was gonna look if it had, Trustee Nevagas, what's that, the verbiage you're familiar with? Yes.
Lifting, carrying, manipulation of equipment, materials, documents that may be part of the job duties. Okay. Any other discussion? To make a formal amendment as it's been noted.
One condition at a time?
And just say that as it's been noted with the change in qualification as well as the additions and
Yes, I'd like to make a condition that the 2-year minimum requirement of directly related experience, the supervisory experience preferred, and the additional physical demands be added. Second.
motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, second by Trustee Garcia for the condition as it's been noted. Any further discussion on that condition? Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of that condition. I'll open the floor for any further discussion, if any. Seeing as there is none, original motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Garcia. This is for approval of the job description as it's been conditioned. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of the job description for Community Development Coordinator. Next item on the agenda, approval of our LCPS service agreement. I do want to note that they did not increase the salary to cover the full amount of what it is, but they did increase less overtime. So it's still a significant increase. And in speaking with the marshal and working with them on that, we do have the budget that we can get that taken care of one way or the other. Any other discussion? Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevada, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And if there's no further discussion, or if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of our LCPS service agreement. Next item on the agenda is approval of Southwestern HR consulting agreement.
And
Seconded by Trustee Nevades. We'll open it up for discussion on this. This is it's a consulting agreement for HR services to help to support the town. There's been several requests in looking at additional support for not just the team, but also to help in for people to go and speak with and having alternate directions. So you can see all of the services that they provide, but it also opens up to where they can help out with working on the handbook and updates to the handbook, which we've been trying to work on, but they specifically work on that. They help out with training, development, so on and so forth. They help out with any type of questions that there may be related to HR and following processes, even through our own processes. So it's a good service all the way around to help ensure that P's and Q's are correct, as well as T's crossed and I's dotted. So it is.
Right, they're providing guidance and training and for some of the
all the way around.
personnel issues.
Anything that may arise. It's not just personnel, it's all the way around for everything that they do. They charge on an hourly basis. So there's, and as she said and mentioned, so the main person here, Jill, when I was speaking with her about this, they've been in business, I think she said over 20 to 30 years, something to that extent. She has 8 different HR professionals that work for her. They're all licensed and certified and have everything that they need there, and that they're available all the time, so on and so forth. They are located in Albuquerque, and so that's not too far. And then if we need the targeted, they can definitely help out however it's needed. But they try to take care of everything virtually as best as they possibly can.
That was gonna be my question, so if we need them to come down and provide a training or anything in person, then we pay for their room, board and mileage.
So we do pay that. That's one thing that she did note, is if there is anything that does happen that is in person. To that, but that's where they try to take care of everything as best as possibly virtually for those clients that are not in Albuquerque, that is.
Go ahead.
Just as needed. Yeah. So as she mentioned, they'll send out, if this agreement does move forward, they send out
within a week. She'll send the list to me of specifics to get to her, such as the handbook and things to that extent, and they'll do a full review. Spend a couple of hours reviewing that. Do a broad overview of all of the policies, procedures, and everything else that we have set and in place. Open up that look at any open issues that may be open and not resolved, so on and so forth, and help out with the coaching and moving forward on that side. And then, so she said the initial cost is probably going to be a little bit higher because they're getting that initial work done. And then after that, it kind of tapers down on that side. And I think that in this, because as you know, on here, I think when we look at the available budgeted administrative and personnel services, in that, while we don't have a specific fund to necessarily pull this from that's budgeted, we do have that money that is in the executive fund for the legal fees that we were kind of setting aside for the potential for hearing examiners or whatever that may be. And so we don't know what that one's going to look like, just like we wouldn't necessarily know what this one's going to look like. So it's just something that would be a good asset for the town in the long run.
We don't have true HR designated professional, with the certifications and everything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Any discussion or questions otherwise? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Nevada's. Then if there's no further discussion, Gloria, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of the Southwest HR Consulting Agreement. Next item on the agenda, public input. Please step to the podium, state your name for the record. There's very few, so we'll tell you right now. And you know we're running a little bit late, but I want you to get everything up, so we'll wait a minute.
No, mine will be very quick. So, yeah, thank you. Mary Helen Taylor Raichi, Calle de Santiago. I'm just asking, and I know I could ask Lorenzo personally, but the crosswalks on the plaza are really worn down. And when people are crossing at Nambe going across to the plaza, people aren't stopping because they're not seeing the crosswalk. So if those could be cleaned up. And then the other thing is, I know somebody came around, facilities came around with a weed whacker and cut weeds, but they didn't clean up the debris. And then when we had that storm, I know over by El Patio or whatever, and Don Felix, it blew all over the place. So is there any way of, this is just a question, Lorenzo can tell me later, of them scooping up the debris and throwing it away instead of just leaving it there? So that's it. Thanks.
I'll be short this time. So Beverly Estrada. Alrighty, so I have two things. So I'll be sending the picture to trustees and you, Mayor. But at the Jornada Lodge off of University, one of the neighbors' resident was in their backyard. They sent the picture. There's and I can bet on this too, homeless person that resides underneath their porch. So bags are there, stuff is there. I don't know what can or can't be done since it is private property, but they're there. At night, they do circle the walking path. So they're up and down. So the residents whose yards are to the back of University or facing University are concerned because what we've been bringing forward is starting to occur more so than not. in what we're seeing. And I understand we can't stop people from using the public path. However, we can make sure that they continue moving and don't just reside under porches or like linger and hang out and make a residence in the areas. The second issue I was going to bring up is that on Friday, there was a burglary on McDowell. Once again, concern, security, privacy, and safety. I understand that Mesilla is not going to be exempt from any of the crime. Las Cruces has on the increase and on the risk. However, the town of Mesilla does face these issues, does face these concerns, but it's also been very known, and it may be a joking matter or not, but even going 2 miles per hour, there's a marshal that will pull you over. Like, there's no joke. They fear, I don't want to say they fear, they know there's presence of marshals around the city. So the likelihood of them wanting to do what they would be doing in the city decreases here because they know that there's marshals and there's eyes all over. So that burglary did occur on Friday around 6:30 in the evening. I don't know much of the details, but some of the residents are gathering it. So once again, what's the resolution to the concerns that have continually been brought forward about the safety, the privacy of the residents on University? I understand there's pending and getting budget, etc. However, all of this should have been addressed and looked at and evaluated prior to doing the walking path the way it was done. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Strada. Other public comment? Seeing as there is none, we'll move on to our next agenda item. Item 10A, closed executive session. The governing body will convene an executive closed session pursuant to section 1015(1) H2 NMSA 1978 for discussion of limited personnel matters, including the appointment, employment, evaluation, discipline, or dismissal of public employees concerning the finance department. You can have a motion to go into closed executive session.
So moved.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek, seconded by Trustee Cadena. And unless there's discussion or objection, the motion will carry as it has been presented. The time is now 8:53, and we will retire into executive closed session and be back shortly. Go on. How are you? Okay. What's that?
Potty break it is. Cheers. What's that?
What? Not anymore. Not anymore, I saw it. No, what I can say is. Yes. So,
It's a good idea.
Even if it's anonymous, contact us.
We didn't see what we had. She gets really agitated. It's hard on her. Yeah, that's what we said.
Yeah, because I was like, yeah, because I go over there and I was like, yeah, I'm not finding anything. Because there is something going on.
It's just right.
That's right.
Well, and it just.
It's not nice when they're out there 2 times an hour and it's like, so that's why I want to use it. But I also. Insurance person, he said, the report starts skyrocketing, good luck. I was like, that's crazy that they actually told you that, but yeah, it's just very good place over there. Please don't call, but also check that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, because I don't think it's not right. I looked at reading about that, it was that's going into an area where residents is right. So please make sure you're off. And I understand they already have the business license, but.
That's all I wanted for that community, like, to do, like,
Yeah.
because like, I wish I could stop out with all this space, but I know that when you start. You see, then
But we've been trying to address this since last year, because we had to do some remodeling because it was.
Yeah, so thankfully.
Yeah, I think so. Did we have to come over? Yes, we did, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure
He's in
out
there to see if we run.
a way to approach this. And then. Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I can see there.
they got convicted, and I think that's
Yes.
the homework that.
But what could they
They
do
were,
to
because I,
make
because
it better?
they weren't even here. Like, no, they can't fit.
We have to do that, we've already gone down that road. Yeah.
So thankfully, she went through that process. Yeah, just have her down. Call, you're not bothering me, but you're not annoying us. That's what we're doing. Radar guys probably appreciate it. Yeah, so just never know, call. I'll go check. I'll go check.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Yeah, anyways, I'll.
Yeah, it really, yeah.
Are they allowed to see it, or do you guys want to retreat?
Yeah, if you have a business license, I wanted to see it. Simply having to follow certain guidelines. So then, so was the first step. So that's something.
Is it?
So that's.
Maybe it's because of.
So this is the board of trustees and next board. So the dates. Oh, yeah, public input. Pardon me? They haven't had cases.
Yeah.
But I think you can submit something to put on the schedule.
It's, we didn't talk about also like, now that we have that
This week.
irrigating, thing, yeah,
So that's.
pretty much buried, I guess it was the great, so old, we haven't used it in a long time, so why do we need it?
Oh, my goodness. It's terrible. She called. Pretty excessive. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, for discipline, we were having others. Having zoning, it's, they need to, yeah, and of course, that was in Portland that, you know, it's possible that, just because all that work at that point, but Lori's, Rivers, I don't think she knows. Like, they certainly, you know, they're, of course, there's going to be some public forums about this, needs to be, and hopefully there's some student members that will be there. Well, maybe this is a lesson learned to be more aware. Students that are directed, you know, it's really crazy. And you know, Jason lives across the street. Yeah. His residence is behind in the back. Yeah, so I mean, there have been, they have said occasionally that.
It's kind of green water. And then later on, we have to go to wherever the addition.
Because I mean, it is a commercial, historic commercial area. Which we love, which is, but it is, as long as it's historical commercial and residential.
I just want to make sure that
It
it
seems
was
always
this engineer that we was drainage on the street.
Well, that's because they're, you know, now see. Phoenix is building to.
Yeah, well, they're-
right next to it. Let's talk about that. Sell it. And. Is it? Yeah, it's, especially when they have, like they get a Mexican.
They're,
Was
pretty much were, they didn't really come in.
It was Mexican. And that was loud. And I always wanted to know that area. So are the homes, the families that
And then-
live around that, or are they just yeah, I'll see. Well, with the notices, we probably around the signs. Houses are right there. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be so much needed because it's on the other side. Maybe that's it. So Lorenzo, should I have come to you first?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It's okay that you bring it up. You know, I'm not so sorry that the guys just run by and they're just, you know,
Yeah.
mentioning it and not picking up
Well,
their stuff.
You're wanting them to
Oh, yeah, no.
pick it up. Oh,
Yeah, no doubt. Especially if the weeds are already tall enough where it's gonna, you know, eat too much of it.
Yeah. On patio, the principal side, it was just, you know, there was just weeds all the way down the sidewalk. And so walking through it, you were kicking them and then they flew all over your shoes.
Okay, no, I'll address that too.
Yeah. Can they redo those crosswalks?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, well, I know that, the last time they got redone by, when they were doing all the construction there, so we had it, professionally done, but we can go by and we can retouch it back up.
Yeah, and they, you know, there's so much traffic through there, pedestrians and cars. And I'll tell you, those cars, they don't stop for pedestrians.
Yeah, especially at that corner, I've seen it.
Yeah.
They just,
Yeah, and maybe they're not intentional doing it, but they, I don't know, I don't see the problem. Yeah, somebody's gonna get hit. Okay.
Yeah, well, even no, well, for like my son. That's okay.
It's nice out there.
It's nice in here.
It's nice out there.
It's very nice outside.
Well, even in the hallway. Or the restroom.
But outside it's really nice. So, other option. Everybody was for that. For some reason, it got cut. It was- I'm not sure. if it was wood.
Yeah, I think it was wood. Yeah. That seems wood. To be the issue, I mean, it was more appealing.
She said that everybody, I didn't read the meeting.
No, you weren't there last week.
Oh, was this
You were in
just
the
last week?
I think so, yeah, when they had the discussion about it. So I think that that's probably why they went with this. But I think they had decided that this one was going to last longer. So it'd be nice if they brought it. Here they come. Every week, always sleeping. It's cold in here.
It's cold.
It's really cold.
God, it was hotter than anything earlier. I was like, God, to turn the air conditioner on. Who turned it on? You know who has the key to the thermostat, right?
Yeah.
I have not turned it down, I swear. I did not touch it today.
I'm not my fingers, but.
You want to turn it down?
It's cold. So it's not gonna do any good now. 'Cause we're-
Well, you should have been like this or something, I would have been.
Well, you saw everybody.
I didn't feel like this.
I did. The time is now 9:10 in the evening. We are here returning from executive session where only those items noted for to close executive session with the governing board convening to pursuant to section 1015(1)(h)(2) MSA 1978 for discussion of limited personnel matters, including the appointment, employment, evaluation, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee for the finance department,
was discussed. With that in note, if I can have a motion to go into back to our regular scheduled meeting. Motion on the floor by Trustee Cadena, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And unless there's discussion or objection, we will be re-entering into our regularly scheduled meeting. Time is now 9:11 in the evening, and we are back in our regular meeting. Item 10B, any action in open session that may arise. There's no action that may arise. Then we'll move on to item 11, Board of Trustee and Committee reports and comments. Trustee Nevares.
Economic development staff just to catch up. And so we do that hopefully on a regular basis. I also, very nice.
I did attend the MPO. I did attend the MPO meeting. I will go ahead and let Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek. And then we don't have an MPO meeting in July. We do have one in August at the City of Las Cruces. I did have a meeting with Ben, the marshal. We didn't get a lot done. Obviously, you can tell I kept looking at him for see if I'll say it correctly. I do want to thank the board for holding supporting on some of the things that I've asked Mayor to address and put up on the agenda. And I hope the hours from 160 to 200 will help a lot of people not trying to rush everything down the line. Thank you guys for supporting me. Other than that, thank you.
Last month, there'll be one again this month. The transit board did not meet last month. They are meeting to Wednesday, which I'll attend unless I'll attend. And then I also went to the Querencia get together, and it was very informative and very nice. And that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
As Trustee Garcia mentioned, we had an MPO meeting on June 10th. We had a resolution amending the Mesilla Valley MPO bylaws, a resolution adopting the federal fiscal year 2027-2028 VPWP plan. And at this time of the evening, I cannot recall what that acronym is, so I'm gonna now put the mayor on the hot seat.
Unified Project. My apologies.
Geez, everyone. Yes, yeah. I'm not putting you on the hot spot. Then we had the congressional reauthorization update presentation. It actually was only approximately about an hour meeting, and we were out there with the meeting, like Trustee Garcia said, in July. We will meet the second Wednesday in August at City of Las Cruces Council Chambers. And then I was not able to visit with Lorenzo, but and his team, but I will do so this week. So I'm warning you. All right, thank you, Mayor.
I'll try to keep mine short because you all saw my list of meetings that I had over the past 2 weeks, and that never ends. So I won't go through each and every one of them, but we do have upcoming. I will be attending, as I had mentioned before, the Governor's Conference on Tourism that's actually being held here, and participating in that. We do have the ribbon cutting on Friday morning at 8:30. That I had mentioned before, that's over here at Parque de Cura in the community garden. I'll put a posting reminder out a little bit later this evening for that as well.
And then the DOT did reach out. They're going to be doing their initial punch walkthrough on Thursday morning at 9 a.m. So if anybody's available and wants to participate in that initial punch, please do join, because I'll be there. Lorenzo will be there. We'll be doing that. I have been in constant communication with them to give them information, and I've walked up and down that path several times, see something new each time that needs to be addressed. And thank you, trustee, for sending me the pictures that you had. The one with your face next to the big old hole was the perfect one that worked out well. Don't worry, y'all gotta see it. It's understand it. But it worked. It gets the point across, you know. So that's the main point on that. Let's see. And the last thing that I just want to say is, because I did have the opportunity to go to California for that production deal and seeing some very large scale arm productions and how they work and do great things. I'm kind of blown away by some of the sheer size of one of the farms that we went to, because it takes up the majority of the Salinas Valley, and they do over 2 million pounds of chopped produce a day, which is just, it's intense. And to see that production firsthand and how that happens in the field, leaving the field, going it was an experience, to say the least. And I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to attend that. And hopefully we'll be looking for some funding in partnerships to help our farmers with something similar, naturally on a smaller scale. But it's still something that we can look at, especially in water policy and how we build that. So a lot of great questions that were asked as well while we're out there. But with that, I'll leave it at that. And the time is now 9:18, and unless there's objections, we'll call this meeting. Thank you.
Oh my God.